Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Yep. She fly girl. Then she a low girl, and then she came to a high girl, and then she got a hip her ass girl. Oh wait, UN Spacey Wolf Squadron. So we'll come in at Wolf 10.
Yep.
On your werewolf. I didn't even do the countdown. Ah ha ha
That's fine.
ha
That's fine.
ha
Welcome to the
ha
Cargo
ha.
Bay, guys. Another wonderful edition of WCR Wolf Command Rambles with your favorite crew here. This is Trooper FN2525 introducing Supreme Deer Leader Wolf 10.
Yeah.
Scooby-Doo. And we also have Brian Gilmar back with us again, the Maverick Hunter Saint himself.
Hey everybody, good to see you. We're going to be talking about shock value today, so hope you guys maybe you can put stuff in the comments and let us know what you think and maybe see what you'd like to add to that.
We also have the lovely Leia Valor here to talk about Shock Value 2 in her own unique way. Introduce
Hey,
yourself, lovely.
hey, everybody. This is Leah Plus Size, your lovely Leah Valor. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm so glad you were able to come and play with us today. We are going to have an interesting conversation, as Brian brought out, about shock value. But we hope you enjoy the conversation, and please make comments or suggestions, or if we miss anything. I do have some interesting points about shock value, so I am all ready to hear what everyone has to say.
And we're talking about shock value as in books, media, whatever, even anime. Anime has a lot of shock value to go around too. But we're mainly talking about storytelling technique on when and where you should do shock value and how you should do shock value. So there's like I said in many streams, there's never really a specific set objective right way to do it, but there is a lot there's a lot of wrong ways to do it, or at least the wrong ways to go about shock value, especially in
Okay.
today's modern media, where they rely on shock value a lot to gain an audience, or at least try to hook audience in. I definitely want to talk about the Invincibles, the boys, and even Game of Thrones. We'll be talking about that in the right way
Mhm.
and the wrong ways. So who wants to tackle this real quick?
Well, I mean, it depends on where you want to start. I mean,
Yeah, where do you want to?
with
Where
shock
you get? We're
value,
starting.
I mean, granted, it's like I told you, I wanted to go ahead and, before we even delve too deep into it, I wanted to talk about the violence of video games in the '90s because that's where it really kind of started for anyone, more or less, growing up in that time period. Um,
For
once
talk
we
about
got
Gail
Yeah.
Simone bitching and
well,
moaning about women in refrigerators
no, no, it was more of
later
the
on. I mean,
you never saw anything as graphic as the fatalities coming out in Mortal
Mortal
Kombat.
Kombat.
So I mean that was the lightning rod for a lot of organizations to go after as far as like censoring the content. So
That and also Night Trap was another one that really drew a lot
because
of
I mean it
controversy
made
as
it
well.
yeah, I mean it made it accessible to kids, and I mean if you
hmm
wanted to sensitize
Hmm.
kids, that's definitely a way to do it. So
Yep.
parents need to address things to kids anyways. They by pinching their skin,
true,
or
true, true.
rather prick it and show that the danger can be real. Now, I'm not saying you
Yep.
should torture your children. What I am saying, introduce them to a little pain, and they can
Mm.
understand that even though they're playing a video game, real life sets in, and you can't do that like a video game. If video games are the cause of the world's problems, by the way, which I still maintain that they're not.
Well, okay,
Same here.
the one thing everyone again seems to kind of overlook was the fact that, going back to about 93, all these ESRB ratings did not exist before
hmm
Mortal Kombat. It's
Right.
like we didn't have, rated M for mature, rated E for everybody,
No.
rated T for teen. Like, I mean, that's what really
Yeah.
started it. That's what really started. And my whole thing with this thing with
Racism
pop
sucked
culture.
anyways.
Well, yeah, if you want to delve
Yep.
into that, but I wasn't wanting to delve into it. What I was wanting to delve into was the fact that media is literally pushing you more or less to have to conform to what they throw at you. Meaning that you have to
Mhm.
talk to your children earlier about violence than they normally
Hmm.
come across it. So again, you're almost having to freaking play defense when it comes to a lot of this stuff. Like, it doesn't allow children to, or doesn't allow a child, just a common child, to just grow in a way that's organic, and doesn't allow them to be kids as long as they possibly can before you have to start talking about, oh well, don't hit so and so, don't hit that. I mean, that's going to happen early on, but when you start seeing this in video games, I mean, prior to that, you had what? You had Mario Brothers. Like,
Hmm.
we
Yeah.
went from Nintendo
Crushing
to
crushing
yeah,
mushrooms and
Mhm.
and turtles, even though you don't
Yeah.
see the graphicness of that.
yeah, yeah.
You see
Again, we're talking
Sonic swing through robots.
well, yeah, again, we're talking about graphic violence versus
Hmm.
what we did not consider violence at that time, which we
Now, before we
consider
continue,
sexual
we also want to I also want to address like shock value as far as physical violence to shocking revelations and to straight up sexual violence as well. We're going in balls deep on this one, guys. We're going
Oh
very
yeah.
balls deep on this one.
Oh yeah.
We like we're not holding anything. We're not gonna apologize. We're not gonna censor ourselves. We're definitely gonna
Nope.
mention a lot of things that's really gonna be very traumatic for anybody who's probably ever lived through this. You gotta buck up, guys. I'm sorry, you gotta buck up because we can't dance
Yep.
around these topics anymore. We're the
No holds barred.
hardcore. We're the hardcore guys. I'm sorry.
Well, okay, the one thing really, again, people did not, or I want to say, tend to be myopic too. I mean, in 2011, the Supreme Court basically affirmed that video games are considered protected speech under the First Amendment, and that was a 7-2 ruling. And basically, it just struck down a California law that was set to restrict the sale of violent video games to minors. So, I mean, again, some people say having an ESRB rating is good. Some people say it's bad. Me personally, again, it's almost like you're turning it into more or less like a motion picture rating system. It's like, okay, cool, but at the same time, you're making it accessible to kids. I mean,
Hmm.
do kids normally,
Mhm.
wait for their parents to buy them a video game? Sometimes no. Sometimes they'll come up with the money, or
They'll
friends
trick their
will lend
parents
their
to
money, and
buy
then
it.
one will buy the game and
Yep.
be playing it behind your back, and it's like, okay, so
It's basically telling us that no matter what kind of law that you try to do to restrict other people from their freedoms, the dirt bags are trying to they'll find a way to bend the law or work their way around it to acquire what they want,
yeah.
much like real life
Yep.
criminals.
Hmm.
Basically prohibition.
Yeah, that's really where it started for me. I mean, violence in books. I mean, that's always that's always been a thing too. But I want to say it evolved somewhat, and it's
You want to
definitely
wait?
more graphic now than it was, back in the early
Hang on,
'90s.
Tripper. You want to weigh in on this conversation, Leia?
Well, basically, I was going to say for me to cover this subject, I was going the examples I was going to use. Shock value is the best way I could say is if it's used the wrong way, it can backfire. If you, and lately, what I've noticed seeing is shock value is used more to draw viewers and to what they call the water cooler moment than to tell the story or progress a story. Like for instance, I'll be
Yeah.
referencing like The Walking Dead, and I'll be referencing some things from Outlander, and maybe some novels I've read. Like I'm a big fan of Anne Rice, so I'll be looking at her Vampire Chronicles
Mhm.
literature. So I think it's how you use it. If you are using it because your
Yep.
ratings are going in the toilet and you need people to watch, shock value can look cheesy. But if you're using it to progress the story and this is the event that happened, then shocking it may be, but it would work along within the story. And I think at this point, shock value is becoming more of a gimmick than a progression of storytelling.
For me, it was
I,
Basic Instinct.
Progression of storytelling, or just plain got to get butts in the seats and get tickets sold.
Well, for me, it's like my one of my few introductions of shock value when I was a kid was Basic Instinct, which, funnily enough, that's kind of fucking strange that a little kid like me will be watching that with an adult. But you know that opening
Oh,
scene of Basic Instinct, right?
yes.
Mm.
That was
Hmm.
shocking for me.
Of course, you were still a child.
No,
Mm.
my first question is why.
Oh, that's my phone.
That's a nice ringtone.
I don't even know what
I
that
think
ringtone was.
I
Sound
think
familiar.
may I take this?
Uh, let me finish real quick.
Okay.
So yeah, my like when I saw that first opening, I was like, why does she have to kill the guy? That was my first
Mm.
thought. Like never mind,
I
never, never mind the fact that she was riding the man, something fierce until she grabbed the ice pick. I'm like my question
Oh,
was like, yeah, like the back of my mind as a kid, I was like, why did she kill the man? Like I was never
mm,
questioning like why she was riding the dude, or why she tied the man up. I'm like, why did she kill the dude? You know? Go
right.
ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I was gonna say like my introduction to shock value was like what Trooper was saying was with the video game Mortal Kombat because like he said earlier, nothing like that was that violent at the time. I mean, the closest you might have gotten at the time was maybe some Final Fantasy games which had some dark moments, but that was really it. Beyond that, there was no blood or gore or anything like that, and there wasn't
Hmm.
people getting their heads ripped off. You didn't, or anyone's spinal column getting ripped out and kind of beat over the head with it or something. It was just that's how it was, you know.
Yep.
You know?
Let's not forget the now that you bring up blood and guts and stuff like that. Who could
Yeah.
forget Daredevil with Kingpin the first time he decapitated a man with a door
Oh,
and turned his head into mush.
oh, I did not hear about it. I need to check that out sometime.
Yeah, what's funny enough
Yep.
is what triggered that, like what really triggered that to happen.
Mhm.
Do you want to know the
Mhm.
cause of that?
What was that?
He basically ruined the Kingpin's dinner date with a special lady just
Oh,
by being there,
yikes!
just by showing up and demanding an audience to the Kingpin while he's at a dinner date.
Hmm.
That's what
That's
caused him
crazy.
to turn a man's head to mush. And even then, Wesley said this will start a war with the Russians. He said, then we'll give them a war. He ruined my date with Vanessa. I was like, yeah. If
Oh, we
somebody
got some more
tells
people in
me,
the chat.
yep. If somebody tells me, hey, Victoria and Gamer, welcome back, guys. Yeah, if somebody tells me that Kingpin's on a dinner date with his soon to be wife, I'm gonna say, yeah, let's take a rain check on our meeting. I'll meet him some other
Mhm.
time. Not that not that I look, not that I would know that he killed somebody for for something less for that. I'm
Hmm.
just saying,
Mm.
like that's some like I seen the man, okay, right? I seen the man. The man's big. The man's tall.
Mm.
He looks
Oh yeah.
intimidating. I'm like, okay, he's I respect the man having had a dinner date with with a lady love, so I'm gonna leave him alone. And majority of the shit that happens to the later villains is because they keep fucking with his girl.
Oh yeah. You
I'm
understand
like
that? Never
I'm
mess with a
like,
man's woman.
look, y'all can complain about spoilers. The series has been out for a long time. Like get over it.
Yep.
But yeah, majority of the problems that happen, especially the wars that happen, is because they keep fucking with his girl.
Hmm.
Like leave, like
Oh yeah.
y'all need to learn to leave Vanessa alone.
Yeah.
Maybe if y'all learn to leave Vanessa alone, y'all have a longer lifespan. Y'all
Oh,
can mitigate,
definitely.
y'all can still mitigate business, man. Come on, leave Vanessa alone.
Yeah. Yep.
He married the right one too,
Yep.
because the moment they attempted her life, she said, "Go kill the motherfuckers."
Oh yeah, that's a woman for you.
Well, the
Hmm.
only reason you would even attempt to use any type of shock content is more or less to like increase attention and help either the reader or the viewer retain the message. I mean,
Hmm.
look at the
Hmm.
scenes that they were
Oh,
showing
and
in
Luke Cage
terms
was
of
Luke Cage was no stranger. Basically, all the Netflix shows, the Marvel
well,
Netflix shows were no strangers to shock value.
yeah, no. I was gonna refer more to the 2015, 2012 border crisis. All the pictures they were showing to kind of get you on board with the narrative. Oh yeah, yeah, they need to let so and so in. Um, the only time you would even consider using shock value, even in say like films and stuff like that, would be to underline an unseen danger or something that's overlooked, to more or less effectively like deliver your point. But at this point, I don't think that's even being done, because like the only, I would say, throughout the MCU, the only time I would consider anything that was quote shocking was the way they got rid of Black Widow.
Hmm
And that wasn't even really shocking. What was more I mean, okay, so not to steer too much from what we were talking about, but like, okay, so when you do away with a character, normally there is afterwards a small process of not necessarily you yourself grieving, but the characters being able to process what just happened, so that the viewer can also go through that. You didn't really get that with Black Widow becoming the Soul Stone. You got a little bit of that with Gamora uh, becoming the Soul Stone, but at the very end of the day, when she died, you knew she was coming back. So that's not necessarily considered shocking to me, because I mean, you know, talks were already happening for Guardians of the Galaxy 3. So it's like, oh, all right, whatever. Um, but you did get a moment of grieving process on Titan when Star Lord asks, "Where's Gamora?" And then, of course, to add a little exposition, Nebula adds in it. Again,
It's a
that rocket.
shame that I put that tumor in her head.
One of those things where it's like he came, they went to Vormir, he came back with a soul stone. So it's like, yeah, so I mean there was a sort of grieving process, and literally that almost needed to happen, if you will, so that they could go into the end game as Doctor Strange foresaw it. So that's my 2 cents on that particular one. But I mean, in terms of shock value, I don't really think shock value equates as a plot twist. I think they tend to deliver a message differently, but I think they tend to be
It can be
more or
a
less mixed
grandiose
in. No, I just
tool.
think writers just don't know the difference between a plot twist and shock value. I think they use shock value as a plot twist.
Hmm
So
it's like they conflate the two together, basically.
yeah, because shock value would only be used to go ahead and just to sell your product, if you will. Baraka just went ahead and created a fatality. Yeah, Sub-Zero is dead. Not only is he dead, he's really dead, if you will. So,
Yep.
as opposed to a plot twist being, gosh, what is even a good plot twist at this point? I don't know, something generic like, oh, Molina ended up being the Taskmaster, so there was no Taskmaster, or say, what was it? The Mandarin wasn't the real Mandarin. I mean, that was a twist that nobody liked. I thought it was hilarious because I'm like, yeah, it wouldn't be Ben Kingsley.
Anything from M. Night Shyamalan with his attempts.
Those early films were good to an extent. So stuff like Unbreakable. I like The Village in that it's a romance film.
Yeah.
Not my idyllic romance film, but there's elements of suspense. But with M. Night, he used plot twists in the form of keeping the suspense going. Not that M. Night Shyamalan films were like the type where you're on the edge of your seat, but it more or less kept you trying to put the puzzle together throughout the film. Subsequent later films obviously did not do that, but that is how you would use a plot twist. But I wouldn't use shock value as a plot twist. So, I mean, I'm trying to think of something that was done poorly in terms of what we know, in terms of pop culture, given the fact that we've been
How
exposed to
about
so much of it, we can keep referring to the same franchises. But I'm trying to think of an
how about all
instance
those
where it was
heel face turns that you see in wrestling? Would that also count as shock value?
Somewhat emotional shock value for the audience.
Yeah.
maybe like
I think the Undertaker losing after a long streak was quite a shock for everybody,
Yeah,
from what I
it was a
heard.
Brock Lesnar, right?
No, it's to New Blood.
Yeah.
I can tell you, I can tell you that a poor plot twist was, I think it was episode 7 of WandaVision, where it was quote Agatha all along, and I don't know how that even became a thing,
Mm,
but that became a thing
yeah.
with myopic Zoomers and myopic casual viewers of the MCU who don't
Yeah.
really care for any type of narrative. They just watch it because they just watch it, and it's one of those things. Oh, I love the
Yeah.
MCU, but I can't tell you anything about it.
I love all the MCUs.
I love all the MCUs. I love all of them. I love
Yeah.
all the Black Widows.
I
Wait, there's only
love
one.
all the Star
And
Lords.
yeah, name one is what I had to say to them.
Yeah. So,
What twist? Sorry, I had to step. I had to call.
WandaVision
I
says,
a good twist is the fact that Black Widow is going to be a backseat character in her own film. That's a good plot twist.
that's
Yeah,
that.
we didn't see
and
that one
still
coming,
and still
right?
people get the claim that it makes men uh quiver
Right,
in
right.
their seat at the
yeah,
might of women.
Hmm.
I would say
yeah,
she's a backseat in a movie. That's been the whole theme of the MCU, what they've put out this year, and everything they've done, from their disastrous shows until Loki is now a backseat in a show that's named after him.
yeah.
Well,
It's like he's a
They
main
want
way
character
they're
in
getting
name
they
around
want
only.
that,
they
the way
want they
they're
want
getting
they
around
want
that
the
is that,
heroes to
oh, it's
they
not,
want the villains to,
it's many Lokis.
hang on,
They're
Trooper.
all Loki. So it's like whatever.
Hang
Like
on,
me,
Trooper.
I'm not watching any of that stuff.
No, what they're trying to do is that they're trying to say that the villains are just as equal as the heroes. So they want
They're not even
equity
saying that.
between
They're
the
not even
heroes
saying that.
and the villains.
No, they're not even
Yes,
saying that. What they're saying
Well,
is that villains are more interesting characters than your heroes, is what they're saying. They're not making them equal. They're obviously not making them equal because they're tearing down heroes. I mean, to make that argument is to ignore the fact that in this
yep.
particular canon, they've decided that they want to go ahead and exalt Sam Wilson versus James Buchanan Barnes.
Again?
she's calling back again. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. You're like, hey girl,
Yeah.
you ready to go out now? I'm
Hey
ready for my
girl,
cat.
hey
I'm ready
girl,
for my
Oh
cat.
yeah.
turn your
My
head
captain. Oh,
round,
my
turn your
captain.
head round, take off that frown.
But
You're in love. Wake up,
well,
wake
you know what?
up.
Schooner brought up a point when it
Before
came
we start,
to.
yeah, he gave us some ammunition before we start this whole thing. But yeah,
Well,
go ahead.
Hmm.
I think for him, I think it was more important to underscore the fact that when you're writing a villain, there's certain precepts that have to take place for them to be a villain, and you
Hmm.
see that being very absent from a lot of these films because, like I said before, we're getting away from schemas that pretty much say evil is evil, good is good. Now we're saying, oh well, evil has the potential to be good, and good has the potential to turn into evil. It's like, okay, but you can't conflate the two. I mean, you're going into theological and metaphysical discussions that really do need to be addressed when you're doing stuff like this, because this is the stuff that you're feeding that you're feeding into popular opinion.
Hmm.
So one of
Yep.
the points that was made was, in order for a villain to be a villain, they ultimately have to have a villain's death. Like the villain in and of himself is not the uh, is not the main character of the story. The villain is a plot device for the hero to get through his journey. And also, a villain has to have a villain's death to again underscore the fact that this character is a villain. That the climate within the story or the narrative would have only gotten worse, or would have been flung into chaos had this not occurred. And I
Yep.
guess the example that's given is Emperor Palpatine's quote untimely death, if you will, when Vader
Yep.
tosses him down into the shaft. But I mean, look at how they did the Soul Stone with Gamora. That is the type of death that you would give a villain. We would
Mm-hmm.
not necessarily see Gamora actually hit the ground, which we don't in this particular film, but we do see her fall.
Right.
So me personally, I don't know how I would get around that because again, you have to sacrifice a person to go ahead and obtain a soul stone. And you have to sacrifice what is dearest to you. But I mean, in this particular narrative, how do you take a character like that? You could probably fling her and you can maybe see her start to go down that cliff, but you wouldn't show her actually falling, if you will, which they did. How
Mm.
she's reaching in reaction to being flung over the cliff, if you will. I would not have shown that. I would have just shown her like slip, sort of like Dracula. I don't want to call it Dracula 2000. Dracula Untold. Untold, when his wife falls and
Right.
like, you know how like she's clinging on to those tiles at the tower and she just slips. The reason that they had to
Mm.
show her fall because Dracula was also falling. So she was more or less a plot device to his fall. Had she not fallen, he would have been able to maintain his mortality and fulfill his contract, if you will. Does that make any
Mm-hmm.
sense?
Hmm.
Yeah.
I think so.
So yeah. So I mean, that was as far and also Schooner wanted to underline the fact a good death, if you will, for a hero that is not considered a villain's death would have been the death of Spock in what was it in Star Trek Wrath of Khan, if you will, where
Mm.
there is the way for the audience to go ahead and take that journey of emotion is also to put in a sentence or something that the character says that is memorable, and also when Spock gives his life for the rest of the ship to live, and Kirk is beginning to mourn what is to come, Spock says what he says, which is, "I am and shall always be, your friend." And
Angry
that is
Moss.
something that sticks with you. That is something that sticks with you. Again, that is a valiant death, if you will. But what we've seen in a lot of these franchises now that we're talking about the early 2000s to 2021 is that they're mixing in the two. Um,
Right.
do I think Ronan got a villain's death? Honestly, no. I mean, I did like how the Guardians of the Galaxy did end up having to use the Power Stone, and that moment when the Guardians theme ramps up, and then you have all the power of the stone swirling around them. That was a great moment. So then, how do you kill off a villain? You know, it would have been something where he again maybe falling through Xandar, sort of like when Wanda had to
Mm.
go ahead and stall Vision, if you will, and she basically flung him through floors of the building, like something similar to that.
Mm.
So, but then again, Vision is not a villain either. So it's like I said, like we can find these,
Well, since you bring up Vision, would you count Vision's death a shock death?
no, because we knew it was coming.
Oh yeah, because he has an
We
Infinity
we
Stone,
knew
of
it
Yeah.
was
course.
coming. About the only thing that um people may or may not have caught on was when Thanos uses the time stone. But I mean, again, that's the purpose of
Right.
the time
Yeah.
stone.
Right.
Uh, I think his first death was probably uh, the most well written, if you will,
Hmm.
because
Mm-hmm.
literally saying to Wanda, and I lip read. I tend to lip read a lot, and I can always tell you as to why I have to do that sometimes. But um, he's literally saying I'm sorry, and he's saying I love you to Wanda in that scene. I mean, you have to read lips, and there is some small
Mm-hmm.
audio trail there, so you can maybe kind of hear it if you were in the theaters. But then to bring him back only to rip the stone, that was a little, that to me that was more overkill. It wasn't necessarily, to me, shock value of something that had to happen. It was the inevitable. It's like you knew this was its inevitable conclusion. Wanda and Vision wanted more time, and it was time that they did not have, time that they weren't going to have. And that's where kind of WandaVision ends up filling these gaps, because then she more or less brings Vision back through her hex, but it's like a hex that was raised in grief. Because again, she couldn't even tell you how she did it. I mean, this was just
Hey, Green Boss.
automatically done. So,
Yep.
but I know I went too far. I know I went too far into the weeds with Wanda and Vision. But yeah, as far as like shock value, I mean, if you can look at any of the MCU films, what did you find shocking? I never found anything shocking. As far as maybe the Russo Paramount stuff, I mean, that was all good. I mean, you did not have to use any type of shock value to get your point across. The fact that even in Winter Soldier, like you know who the villain is, and you know what's transpiring. I mean, there wasn't. I wouldn't necessarily call it shock value, if you will. I mean, it was a plot twist, but there was no shock value in finding out that Hydra had taken over Shield. I mean, that to me, oh no, I'm shocked. I was never shocked. I was like, oh, okay, cool. I was like,
New revelation.
It was a cool plot twist.
Cool reveal. It's like, I guess.
What a twist!
I mean, it works. So,
what a twist!
Yeah.
Like, I mean, even Infinity War didn't really have that many plot twists, if you will. I mean, if you count in the Reality Stone, I mean, that I was like, okay, but I mean, it's what the Reality Stone does. Like, I mean, that was kind of like, oh, that's another cool reveal. I mean, that again is
it had people thrown off for a loop there, where you thought that they kind of did a good job of really faking that one out, where Zoe Saldana definitely sold that that emotion too. Like, she really thought that she killed Thanos. So you believe that she did kill Thanos, like they were able, like maybe they did get there in time to stop Thanos from acquiring the Reality Stone. Wrong.
I would say
I am inevitable.
Yeah, I would say if there was any shock value, and we're still on Disney. Sadly, they've acquired the IP. I would say the only thing that maybe people would have thought was shocking was if we turn to Star Wars and look at Obi-Wan's death. We knew it was going to have a bad outcome. You figure maybe he was going to end up with a lot of scrapes and maybe a missing arm or something like that, but not cut down, if you will. And he wasn't even cut down. He just joined the Force, if you will. But not to Luke. I mean, you could say that within the fourth wall, that was shocking to Luke, because it does not break the fourth wall. So
no, it doesn't.
Was it a plot twist? No, it was not a plot twist. To me, it was not a plot twist. To me, shock value is Emperor Strikes Back, and
yeah, I was about to
Vader basically coming out with
bring that up.
I mean, again,
well, that's well written shock value there.
Yeah.
Where it's like first of all, Luke loses. That was the biggest shock right there, because we were hoping that he was going to win, because we were all used to the hero winning in the end, even if they were beaten down, beaten low. You know what I'm saying? They try to there's always that second win that they get whenever time an enemy might say something to them, try to monologue to them, but you see Vader hammering it into him. Even Luke manages to get, I don't know who that is, hanging up. Somebody trying to call me.
Yeah.
I'm on. It's on silent, so you don't hear no weird ringtone on my end. But
what are you doing?
If I could pick up on that a little bit.
It's your favorite circle.
Go ahead, Brian. I was going somewhere with it, but I'm pretty sure you can follow through with it. I got faith in you, buddy.
Yeah.
Go in there with your pulse rifle.
Yep.
Yeah. So what I was thinking is, you were talking about how we were used to hearing the heroes win in the end. And here's another one where heroes lose. Final Fantasy VI with the World of Ruin. That was pretty shocking at that point because you were expecting to go in, beat Kefka and Gestalt, stop the Warring Triad. Wrong. What happens is Kefka kills his own Emperor, starts moving the Triad out of their position, which maintained the world, and all of a sudden all hell breaks loose with all this magical Armageddon just blowing everything to smithereens. And then 1 year later, you're in this hellhole of a world that's just dying and everything. Trooper, what do you think?
I'll add to Final Fantasy VII with the death of President Shinra. Sorry, Trooper. Yeah, President Shinra with the Masamune blade drove into his back.
Yeah, definitely.
And you hear the those chosen by the planet playing in the background.
Or I would say,
which is my favorite Sephiroth theme. Look, y'all can take One Wing Angel all day, every day, but it will always be those chosen by the planet as the one that really just chills my spine.
I was gonna say the death in Final Fantasy VII. That was pretty.
Oh yeah, the death of Aerith.
Yeah, I thought that was, as a kid, that was pretty shocking. Like, I didn't see that coming. Like, it's like, and
you almost had
that
hope.
You add that character to your group, and it's like, okay, cool. This is who I'm playing with. This is my healer or whatnot, and suddenly, boom.
I'll do you one better. The death of Lucas's brother in Mother 3, which was never released into America.
Oh, I've heard about that one.
Yeah, you're fighting your little brother the whole time in a boss fight, and finally he succumbs to his injuries, and it was all done thanks to Porky. That son of a bitch. Porky. Always come down to or even the death of Lucas's mother. Now that's a shock death for you, especially the reaction.
Kid lost everything.
Yeah, well, the revelation that his dad, when his dad finds out, like he goes ape shit on everybody, and they have to. It's like what they said in 300 with the captain. It's like it took three men to reel in Flint.
Sorry about the interruption, guys, but that was family, so I had to take that. Sorry, I missed but I overheard a few talks about Star Wars and Marvel shock value.
Yeah, I wasn't finished with the Empire Strikes Back yet, but yeah, go ahead, Leia.
Well, the only shock value I could think of to me would probably be the ending of Infinity War. I think that's the shock value to everybody, was it not? That was a shock value to I guess to people in the theater. That
do you want me to replay my audience when they watch that scene?
Oh boy!
Well, Spider-Man got.
Go ahead.
Hang on. Let me tell you who
got a hero snap. I mean,
look. I'm gonna tell you who thunderously gasped and shouted on which character, right?
Okay.
So Bucky got it.
And that's when I screamed in the movie theater. I was first. My family was with me. I that was me. Go ahead.
Everybody's like, oh. So who was next? Okay, y'all name who came next, and I'll tell you.
Like T'Challa or something.
Yeah, that
before we get to
T'Challa, I know it was one of them.
No. I'm talking about in order. I'll tell you who thunderously gasped.
I don't keep a list of that. Like,
shut up.
Again, all these people who are relevant to being snapped.
No,
I lost track after Bucky. I lost track.
Okay. So Bucky got the thunderous gasp. It definitely T'Challa got the thunderous gasp.
My mom gasped on that one. Go ahead. My whole family was with us when we saw this.
Because obviously in that one scene you expected it to be Okoye. Hey Schooner.
Hey,
well, it wasn't until Groot.
Yeah. Okay. Schooner is clarifying. He's clarifying. It was some of the Wakandan soldiers. You see. you see M'Baku
Yeah, but
witnessing it for the first time.
we're not talking about
T'Challa.
B characters or
Hmm No, but
extras in the video. But yeah, it
T'Challa,
goes there.
yeah, T'Challa got the thunderous gas because again we all expected it was to be
Go back to
Okoye.
work, Schooner.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we expected it to be Okoye to disappear. I even expected it to be Okoye
Oh,
to
that would have been
disappear.
better, dude. That would have been
And
so
my
much better.
and my
Yeah.
jaw
She's
dropped
so
when
irrelevant. I mean, she's literally just there to be a female character. Like,
Yeah.
there's nothing about
Okay.
her that is really likable. She's a male
Mhm.
character, is what she is. So it's like whatever.
Yeah. Okay. Now this is where my jaw literally dropped when Falcon disappeared. Everybody
Oh, man.
gasped. Everybody shouted.
Right.
Why? That dude
Really?
is like one of the most
Yeah, that's why I said.
relevant characters.
Look, that's what. Look,
Completely
that,
irrelevant.
look. That's why I was shocked. That's why I was shocked. Everybody emotionally
Oh, you know
gasped.
why? Because it's probably all that group that identifies with Sam Wilson.
I guess so.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I was like,
Oh
oh
my
look,
God.
Not
okay,
in my theater.
I'm sitting here ready to jump up and say, "Oh, now y'all like him? Now y'all like him?"
Pretty
I
much.
guess.
In my theater, Falcon didn't get a big gasp. The big gasp was
At my theater, he did.
in my theater. It was
I literally jumped up. I was about ready to literally jump up and say, "Oh, now y'all care about him?"
that's what I said.
Mhm.
Because I loved him since the beginning, since Jump and Winter Soldier
let me
and
put
Civil
it-
War and his brief moment in freaking Age of Ultron.
well,
But
let me-
I'm like everybody all trying to shit on him like what he got? He got them wings, he got them guns. I'm like he's he is
Again,
still a
again,
contributing
irrelevant.
member of the
Irrelevant.
Avengers.
Just as relevant in the comics. Like
I
for
don't
me,
care.
Like,
I'm
I'm just saying every hero worth their salt is valuable to me, regardless of their power set or where they're placed in a group.
No.
But when they were like throwing all that shade towards him, now suddenly they gas when he died, when he
Oh,
faded
yeah.
away.
Well, yeah, because they're like,
well,
it's
well,
Anthony Mackie.
got-
Like,
Yeah,
what
it got a
the heck?
gasp. In my theater, it didn't get the largest gasp. The largest gasp in my theater, where everybody was in shock, and I'm going by my family, my family included with me, was Bucky B, because I was traumatized. They had to console me walking up the theater.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh my God, Lord Jesus, Lord help me!
Well,
Will somebody
like-
remove that woman from this
when-
audience?
No,
Yeah.
keep the Spider-Man.
like when
Spider-Man
Groot
too,
got
Brian.
snapped, it sunk
Yep,
in.
that was a collective
Well,
gasp when
when Groot
no,
got
everybody
snapped.
was crying when Groot was
Again,
snapping,
when
and then
I am Groot.
snapped,
and then
it kinda sunk
hang on,
in.
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
Either, dude. Like, all right, so
But I started this. I'm
well,
trying to finish it. You trying to interject?
when Groot got snapped, that's when it like sunk in that everyone
It was fun,
rocked
man.
and fucking snapped.
We over here arguing on who always got the best gas. I'm sitting here trying to set what I experienced when we went to Infinity War.
Don't fall in.
Look, I just said when Groot got in, everybody was crying, and then
probably
yeah.
everyone realized that everyone closest to Rocket had been snapped. He was
Yep.
it. He was the only
Yep.
Guardian.
So we got to Scarlet Witch, which was a slight
Yeah,
gas,
that was
not really a big one, not really
that
a
was
big
like a
one.
heart sinking moment in the sense of, that sucks.
First we lost Vision, then we lost Wanda, and then we got to planet Titan, and that's where everybody was like really screaming. So like we saw the
Yes.
Guardians start fading. You see Quill fading, and then you also see of course you see
Well, for me, I was like, all right, Guardians are coming back in like volume 3. Or,
Oh, my
Yeah,
nephew
I'm like-
my nephew was furious because he liked Star-Lord. Star Wars was one of his guys. Like, oh, come on, not Star Wars. What he said. Oh, come on, not Star Wars. He
Yeah,
said
you-
out loud in the theater.
Yeah,
oh, come on, not Star
you got
Wars.
Mantis went away. Everybody was screaming about Mantis. Then Doctor Strange, people gas on Doctor Strange, and of course the very big one, Spider-Man.
Yes,
that
was-
Everybody
my boy.
collectively was screaming out. Look, I had to fight
I was
myself
like,
into
he
my
just
seat.
lost his little
That's
superhero.
my boy Dirty,
Look,
man.
look.
Like, I'm
I was
ready.
fighting I was fighting so hard to stay in my seat because I was ready to jump up and say, y'all thought he was gonna live. I was ready to hoop and holler and celebrate their humiliation because they was like, oh, Spider-Man gonna live. Spider-Man gonna live. And
No.
we all know Falcon gonna die.
No, when he said I
Who
don't
gonna
feel
die?
too
Captain
good,
America
I
gonna
was
die. Iron Man
was
gonna
like-
die. I was like, y'all thought he was gonna live.
That would have been so
No,
wicked,
'cause-
Wolf. They would have attacked you in that movie theater. My movie theater.
They
Yep.
Look,
Get that man down there in the front row. Get him right now.
look. Y'all should appreciate.
on pikes at that point.
You should appreciate me for respecting that we were having an emotional moment, and I stayed in my seat the whole
Nah, for
time.
me, it was like, dude, it's like Tony's losing one of the people he actually has a close bond to. I'm like, this is so suck, dude. I'm like,
I am a werewolf.
so.
York has spoken.
Yes,
Boundless sadism is within my werewolf nature.
So yeah, so I was like, okay. I was
Good
like,
thing I held the wolf back.
But again, these are all twists. I mean, there's some shock value in there, but this is my thing. It's like Marvel just can't distinguish between.
And they
the
couldn't
two.
shut up about it either after the credits rolled in. They were still shouting and shouting and shouting. And they stayed silent when we got the end credits. And then I was the one who shouted at Captain Marvel when the beeper showed their symbol, and everybody was looking all dumbfounded.
Oh, I was out the theater by then. Like I said, I had to be consulted after Bucky was died, and they put his coat on me, and they want me.
Leia, tell me where the movie touched you.
Hold me, Chris Evans, hold me. I'm scared. Like good.
It's like look. The moment you hear Captain America says, "Oh God," that's where Leia died inside.
Yes, I did. That was awful. That was heartbreaking.
You were just stunned and traumatized. You probably stayed in your room in your jammies for a good week.
You know she did.
Looking at your Bucky standee.
She was having her Neapolitan,
Yeah.
Your sister at the door locked. Leia, come on, girl. We need to go outside. You need to get some sunlight. I can't, girl. I can't live in a world without Bucky. Leia, you know she's a fictional character, yeah, but he's still real to me, girl.
Put down the Captain Crunch,
girl. I'm gonna call your friend Wilton. He's gonna kick down his door. We're gonna go out. We're gonna go shopping. Who cares about shopping? I can't live without my Bucky. I can't shop without my Bucky.
Oh boy!
I hear Wolftan's it. Look, we got Wolftan right here. He's ready to. The Wolf Commander is here, girl. I don't care. He can shoot down this door. I don't care. You have to send an army. Leia, I do have an army. It's Schooner, Trooper, Brian, and even Owen, and he ain't even sure he can get you out of there. Yeah, I don't know if this is right, Wolf Commander. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna be waiting right here. This is some good coffee, by the way. Owen. Owen!
Yep.
What? Get into character!
Well, I'm trying to wait a minute. Now, I'm trying to see my sister's response because a lot of my family members was there, so we were like the
They were
loudest
all
people.
Devastated.
Well,
I think they were more devastated at the fact that they saw T'Challa.
Right.
Yeah. I think they were more catatonic when they saw T'Challa leave.
Well, my mother was furious. Oh, yeah. My mother was just absolutely appalled. It's, I thought through all this, and then they're gonna take it back. He coming back, right? He coming back.
I don't know if Replacement Panther's coming back.
Oh God, I want to know. My mother was not in a good mood.
Well, that was even harsher because
how does she take?
Is dead.
How does she take Chadwick Boseman dying?
Oh man, she was devastated. Wolf.
We all were, of course.
She took it. She was just she couldn't believe it. She thought it was a joke, like all of us. She said she couldn't believe it. She was in such.
I didn't think it was a joke.
She was beside herself. I take it.
Yeah, she was on the internet all day long, reading about him, going on YouTube, she just she usually don't stay on the internet that long, but she was on the internet all day long. It really did. It depressed her. She said, she just was so hurt by it. She said, handsome man, nicest smile. I watched all his movies, and I was just sitting there admiring how he is, and she was like the rest of us, speechless. It just hurt her
Like
so
Michael
bad.
Jackson.
Yeah.
Like
Same
Bernie
thing.
Mac.
Same thing. She said she don't know if she want to look at any more MCU movies now, because she said he ain't there no more. It don't make no difference. He ain't there no more.
I was like, I was like, Bernie Mac just died. I was like cold from Martin when I heard Bernie Mac died of pneumonia on the news.
Yeah.
I was like, Bernie Mac just died. My brother was in the background. He's like, wait, what? Bernie Mac died? I was like, yeah, Bernie Mac died.
Yeah, that's the way I was.
Yeah.
I had to tell my mother, Mom, you will not believe who just passed. She couldn't believe it. I was just as shocked too. I was the same
John
way.
Witherspoon.
Yeah. I said, I had to see him pass.
Every time I come in the kitchen, you in the kitchen. In the my Pacelli, goddamn refrigerator. Eating up all the food, all the grits, all the chitlins, all the hog maw. I want some of them chitlins. I love pig feet.
Well, actually, no.
Yikes.
Hey. Now, last night I told you to take out the trash.
Last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why did you do it?
But I got a little scared for Cap there in Infinity War, because when he rushed in the base, I was getting a little nervous. I'm like, oh wait, I was sitting up in my seat then. I'm like, oh, I don't like the way this is going now. Don't do this to me. Don't do
After you see Tony got stabbed.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, oh, don't do this to me. Don't kill Cap.
Everybody gasped like when he got stabbed. I was like, oh no. Oh.
Well,
oh.
I'm gonna take a stab at this Cataluna thing. Yeah, no, a good shock moment was freaking Nevada freaking crowning Cataluna as a Nevada. I'm like, that's a dude.
As a real woman.
That's a shock moment. That's a shock moment to me. I'm like, that's a reality moment when literally what the message is, hey, we're trendy, we're edgy, you should be too, because that's all it is. Like, but I mean, that's what we were talking about prior, in MeWe and then in the back room, as far as people using something to push an agenda. I didn't really see a lot of that in Marvel, and I didn't even really see a lot of shock value being used in Captain Marvel. It was more plot twists and shock value.
More attempts at shocking revelations, definitely.
I thought Captain Marvel was nothing. I thought Captain Marvel was more about ideology than telling a story. I didn't see it. I didn't bother to.
It really
was. Don't believe that.
They wanted to pat themselves on the back by making the Supreme Intelligence the real reason why Captain Marvel is the bestest ever.
Well, no, I mean the big reveal was
that bullshit line about fighting with my hand tied behind my back.
I mean, Goose, taking out, freaking Nick Fury's eye. That was the big reveal, but that wasn't like shock value or a plot twist. That was
definitely a jump scare for me. I was like, what the fuck?
That was more like after the fact. I was like, really? I'm like, I guess. So.
Well, Captain Marvel
was dumb.
It
was.
I agree, Brian. Well, like I said, in Infinity War, I didn't stay to see the NC with Captain Marvel because, like I said, one, traumatized and I needed consulting, but also, I at this point I didn't want to see anything reference to that woman, especially after Brie Larson opened a trap and started talking.
Oh yeah, Brie Larson has a bad attitude. Don't make no mistake about that.
She does. She had a bad disrespect. I did not like her attitude.
Look, I only kept Kong Skull Island because I love hearing Samuel Jackson telling her, "Bitch, please." Like the moment she's fighting on the good side, right? And he just says, "Bitch, please." I'm like, oh my goodness! I wish you had said that in Captain Marvel.
Right there.
Yeah.
I really wish you had said that in Captain Marvel. Bitch, please.
Captain, yes, I wish you did. I did. I'm glad I didn't see it. Like you said, her awful attitude, which I think she still carries. I heard that she wasn't getting along with anyone, not only even in her Captain Marvel movie, but of course the Avenger films, I can very tell she wouldn't get along with them. But even when she was making Captain Marvel, she wasn't getting along with anybody. She was so demanding. But of course, she was the mistress. Allegedly, I'll use quotes. But she was the mistress to the boss, so she gets anything she wants. But you don't get all that.
She made his day happy.
Yeah, you don't get it. You don't get everything you want without giving up something in the way she got it. So
well,
I mean,
if you're gonna do that, you better lay it down right. So,
and the way Feige was talking about it, good lord.
Funny how Green Boss.
I don't know. I mean, with like Mafia games, like I'm thinking LA Noire. I mean, I don't know that
if you want to go gangster with it, Scarface
is like
one.
shock. Well, it wouldn't have a shock value. It had plot twists, but I mean, again, it's like, we always come back to these three where it's like a reveal, a plot twist, and shock value, and they all tend to be mixed in all the time. Like, even in even in comics, like, I mean, I guess the death of Superman comes to mind. I mean, everyone knew it was around the corner. So it's like to see something like that in graphic form in terms of the graphic novel. Yeah, I could see that because again, it's an aspirational hero that has now become fallible. Something that I would not expect, if you will.
Let's go to since we're stuck on superheroes for the most part. I want to bring up Invincible, which is one that does a lot of shock deaths and shock gratuitous violence.
Oh, I haven't really bothered with that because again, gratuitous violence. It's like if I want that, I'll just watch a Zack Snyder film. So
that works.
Whatever floats your boat.
You just throw like gratuitous action scenes for like a good 10 minutes straight to kind of wrap up your film.
Like the infamous. See a Green Boss. Anyways, such as the infamous Omni-Man scene with the Guardians of the Globe. Yeah. That's the most watched scene ever. A lot of people laud that as a good storytelling, good writing. Of course, we all know the professor slammed the shit out of that scene. And him being very, very repulsed by violence anyways, considering he played violent video games, which is a big irony on his part.
Now, I have not seen Invincible. I will catch up with it. Feel free to spoil. It's okay. I can take it. I just haven't gotten around to watching it yet because at first it just didn't look very interesting to me. But I can't really contribute to the conversation. But
there's going to be a certain character that you're going to hate, just as I hate it.
Well, I get the feeling because I've been hearing some vibes about the show that there's some sprinkly of woke in it somehow with some of the characters or some of
they poke fun of the woke in that show, but one particular character that some people are outright defending for no reason doesn't really deserve that kind of defense, anyways.
Oh,
you guys know.
Is it a cis white male that they're defending, or?
It's a black female that don't do shit other than
there you
go. I called it.
That's the one I've been hearing about. My nephew watches that show, and my nephew has been very descriptive, as you are, about her. Absolutely, and he doesn't understand why.
Taliban Zero.
So look, this is where my dislike really just plummet as the series go along when she crops up. So like it's like the gay best friend mentions kind of gives the hero the lowdown of how to court her, right? So he's like one thing one thing he says she likes books by Ta-Nehisi Coates. I'm like, all right, she's in hot water.
Oh, good Lord. You already
Oh, boy. Bad sign right there.
That
I don't like-
look, that's it. That's why I said immediately when he said that. He said
or you could say Tana Titty Wokes. Yeah,
Tana shitty coats.
Look,
Look, the moment he said that, I said, all right,
Tallahassee coats.
look. I was like, all right, we're not gonna be friends with her.
Yeah.
That's what I said. I like, all right. I was like, all right, she's not gonna be my friend.
I don't like her already.
Like
You
you like Ta-Nehisi Coates. I'm like, yep, we're not friends.
While I was talking about Tana Titty, it got me on a tangent of Karen.
And like,
it got me on a tangent of Karen Gillan, but then it got me thinking about.
then he mentions intersectionality, and she's
Right.
fourth wave feminist. I'm like, okay, I really don't like her now.
That's nasty.
Yikes! Eat your heart out, Anita Sarkeesian.
Yeah.
She talks on an intersectional. She's like she talks on an intersectional level, and she's fourth wave feminist. I'm like, yep. All right, okay. I don't like her, but she's like started talking some good. So I'm like, okay, that's how they usually get me. But maybe she can come around. By the time we get to the next episode, to like the fifth episode, I think it was the fifth episode. She mentions they're going on a college trip, like they're already in high school, and you go to college. Hey, Eloise, they go on a college trip. You know what I'm saying? And as per the
if you want your eggs to shed and never be used, you become a fourth.
Hey, Samuel.
That's like a total flirt, dude. Total flirt. Like
oh,
they start
have
talking
fun,
and I just tune out.
Hey, have fun there, Sammy.
So
I was going on vacation, just like Owen. Good luck, dude. Drive safe, be safe,
and have fun.
Do everything with you.
So she mentions. Look, she mentions that the college has a social justice club, and I said, "Dump this bitch."
Yes.
Oh, good grief!
Look. By the time she said that, I immediately exclaimed, "Dump this bitch."
I bet you they have
the tits ain't worth the misery, Mark. Look. The moment she said that, I said, "Dump this bitch." The tits ain't worth it, Mark.
No.
The tits is not worth the misery.
Well,
you
now
will be miserable with this bitch.
Now we're talking about tits. It got me thinking of Karen Gillan, and then it got me thinking about that one scene where like Thanos is torturing Nebula. Now that's kind of a little shock value because you don't. I mean, we're inflicting pain on someone, not only someone, but a family member. Not only a family member, but a woman. So I was like, ooh, yeah. I don't know. It's like that's
I don't know.
Kind of shock value, and I mean, it's not cringe.
I never heard any of the SJ hobos, cry foul about that.
Like
interesting. Yeah. Even though I get what you're saying, Trooper.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying.
Hit on your own child, or inflict pain on your own child. Yeah. So.
Well, for me, right quick, and then I'll give it right back to you, Wolf. When he sacrifices Gamora was emotional for me, maybe because Zoe acted that so well. You know, I really did. I don't think she got. I hear people talk, but I said I got to give a lot of credit to Zoe in that scene because her emotions really was on high.
Her fear.
Her
stress.
Yeah, her fear. She
That's
really
another one on my list. So.
That's her father about to chuck her off the. He basically Heihachi'd her.
Yeah, she said you can't do it. You know, she said you can't possibly do this.
Love anything.
If they're going to go, into this Marvel cosmic universe, they're gonna have to pull it around someone like Gamora or someone like Nebula to keep everybody reeled in. Like bringing in the Eternals, like they're bringing them in now, it's not gonna make you want to stick with it.
No,
so, I mean, you're attached to the fact that maybe Gamora can somehow come back to her old self, even though it's a different Gamora. Okay, so you're attached to that,
which makes no sense to me.
Yeah, you're also attached to the fact that maybe Nebula has the opportunity to be better, even though how I would have done it would have been completely different. Because what you start to see is that sister bond grow, and then you see it being destroyed by Thanos. So
exactly.
Yep.
So,
and that's what a villain does.
I'll give you my shock. You were so busy wanting to win, and I just want a sister. Pause.
Yeah.
That right there
that was
drew
that was the
pause
reveal. I mean, that was the reveal. I mean, it told you
Hmm.
what a day in the life was like. Like,
for Nebula herself. It's like she
yeah,
like even if she was pit against Gamora as who was the better daughter for Thanos, she still wanted that sisterly connection between her and Gamora. But Gamora
Oh yeah.
was more fixated on surviving, or in her case, winning. That
yep,
she never saw that the little sister wanted a sister and not a combatant.
yep, yep, yep.
Yep.
I totally agree. Yeah, that's a good point right there. That's when Marvel was good. And I was going to say, and I'll just get back to it quickly. Back to Trooper. Phase 4 is going to be crap garbage. I was trying not to swear there. I was trying to
Mhm.
be nice.
The video, I
Well,
think.
it's going to be trash
Yes.
fire because you're
No offense will
basing
be
it.
taken.
You are basing it first of all on the pitiful garbage dump fire that was in game, which was not a good foundation, and you've got nothing really but D-list superheroes. Good as they may be, they are
No,
still D-list
I know,
heroes for
I
your
know.
next phase.
I know when I said there might be a
Yeah, no.
possible leak of maybe Star Fox showing up in an
Not
end
that Star
user.
Fox.
Yeah, everyone thought I was
Yeah.
talking about Star Fox, not MCU Star Fox. I'm like, no, I'm not talking about that Star Fox. That would actually be pretty cool
Yeah.
because
Not Fox
because
McCloud, everybody.
because then it would
I
give
wish it was Fox McCloud being a gamer.
Oh hell no!
because
We
then
don't
it
want
would
him
give
anywhere near the MCU.
it would give Rocket some
Yeah.
competition, but it wasn't that Star Fox. So
Yeah.
As much as I would love to hear him go, hiya, and kick
Yeah.
Rocket a new one.
yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, if they really want to go into this like fourth host arc, it's gonna lose a lot of people because it has a lot of moving parts. There's not a way that these movies are connecting right now that would lead me to believe that that's where it's gonna go. I have no idea where Marvel wants to go. Like, I don't know
Mm.
how Shang-Chi connects to Captain Marvel, how it connects to uh Bro Hulk, or well, that's what he is. And it's like I don't know how all this stuff is supposed to connect. It doesn't connect. I mean, now we got
Yeah.
intersectional Loki, Wokey or bi
neither.
Loki or whatever you want to call him. It's
It
like
could have connected. It
Loki
Wookie.
who?
started. They had something with WandaVision when
the
Doctor
shock
Strange was supposed to
value.
show up.
The shock value is the fact that they're not able to connect any of these narratives together, and that they really
Mm.
are driving the message that it is no longer a coherent franchise for you to watch. I mean, I think that's why a lot of these YouTubers, as well as viewers, are still stuck on the horse that just cannot die. Everybody is so invested in Marvel, and I'm like, you gotta let it go. I'm like,
Yes.
you gotta do like
I like
Anakin
Bacon's
and
comment
Ahsoka.
there.
You gotta let it go. If they're gonna live, you gotta be like Ahsoka, and you gotta let go of that lightsaber and just leave that life behind. You're gonna have to
Mhm.
do
That
it.
was another shocking revelation there on near the end of Clone Wars when she decided to leave.
Yeah,
Mhm.
We all thought she was going to go back,
yeah,
like
that was actually
stay
good
with it.
because I mean, you have this like gaping freaking plot hole of how do you explain Ahsoka Tano in you know going into the original trilogy. I didn't see that either. I figured, okay, she might die or something like that,
It's just,
or
it should have just left it us to speculate that she might have passed away sometime in the later years,
well,
natural causes even.
I like the fact that she showed up later on. I like that idea because it led me to believe that she's still out there. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And they could have left it open enough that they didn't have to really create a story around her. She could have been fulcrum. Okay, she's out there somewhere. We don't know if she lives or dies. Um, you know, and I kind of like the idea of having a Shakti character um, in
Togruta.
in the body of Ahsoka Tano because I like Togrutas. I do. So I'm
Yeah,
not into
nice
Twi'leks.
design.
I'm not into Twi'leks. I never got the point of a Twi'lek. But you
Other
know,
than they're strippers,
well, yeah.
technically.
For a
A
Jabba,
slug.
yeah, Jabba the Slug. But well, that and you know what? Now that we're talking about shock value, we can talk about real life shock value too. We can talk about real life shock value. To me, what I found a little shocking was the fact that they would go and attack a Lego toy like Slave One. because it's called Slave One. I found that a little shocking even for me because I'm like, has nothing to that's you're grasping at straws here because
Like everybody's going to be very offended at the fact that
you're
the ship is called Slave
equating
One.
and I'm gonna jump on with these freaking left woke tard Star Wars people. It's not real. So why are you equating it? It's real in its own context. Don't get me wrong, but it's not real in that
Let's
Slave
face
One
it, they
does
want
not
to
affect your
remove
real life.
everything bad out of
It does,
stories
it does not
to
affect
where
your
it
real
not
life.
exists.
And yes, canon is not real, but when we talk in the context of Star Wars, it is for that whole genre. You can't just select the pieces you don't like because they offend you. That's life.
To tell you the
There's
truth, I never paid attention to the name of that ship when I was a kid. So what? Slave
it's like
One, okay. Being black, I'm like, I didn't take offense to that, or I didn't like
no, it was a
down with
mercenary. It's supposed
good.
to be
I just
scary.
thought it was a cool
Yeah,
name.
It's
yeah,
supposed to
I didn't have an
strike
issue
fear
with
when
it.
you see it. Yeah, like Slave One. Yeah, I don't want to be in that ship because I
But
know
here's the
wherever I
thing,
go, I'm
Leia,
not coming back.
and this goes for everybody. We're growing up around a time where we knew what a slave was. We
Yeah,
were taught that slavery was not just towards black folk. Like there was a lot of slaves in many other cultures.
oh yeah,
We were well aware of
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
That's the
and that
problem
was
with
the thing.
with these SJ hobos is that they want to make sure white racism is the predominant racism on the planet
Yeah,
when it
Yeah,
really is not.
because
I
that's what's
agree
selling money
100%.
and that's what pushes the official narrative in the
White hate is real, everybody.
in the popular opinion. And by popular opinion, I mean the narrative that the media will sell you, that Chairman Potato and 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 uh
Fucking figurehead.
and Kamala Hojo will sell you like they want you to be so disconnected from your neighbor that you're willing to buy anything they sell you. And what does that sound like? That sounds like all these freaking franchises.
V
Is that hey,
reminds me of
watch our
V.
movie. You have nothing else to
He's
watch.
a
Watch our movie.
scientist. He's a scientist.
Like, yeah, he's a scientist, but I don't see him doing anything. Like, what tells me he's a scientist? Oh, well, I just told you he's a scientist. Okay, but
So
what makes him a scientist? Well, because he's a scientist. Oh my god. So it's like you can't even have actual conversations. But yeah, that to me was the shock value. Is
it
when they
was a
went after
scientist.
when they
It
went
was a
after a toy.
scientist.
When they went after a toy, because I can remember, and this is one of the few memories that I will share because it goes along with what you said about Raya and freaking Cruella. So my dad was into Star Wars. Okay, cool, whatever. All right. So he comes home with a Star Wars Rebel and Wampa set. And my mom freaking loses it. She about loses her mind. Why are you buying him those toys? Look at the horns. That's of the devil. And I'm thinking to myself, it's a Star Wars toy, right? Because you're a kid. You don't
Right,
attribute anything good or bad to a toy.
right.
It's a toy. It's something you play with. So my dad had to more or less freaking take it back because she didn't want it in the house. She was flipping losing her mind. Oh, but it was okay for, for me to have other toys that I would now deem questionable in terms of, okay, you can have this, but you can't have that. Well, okay.
What you do? Give you a
So
veggie tail doll?
no, I was never VeggieTales. It was nothing like that. But I mean, it just goes back to it goes back to what is presented as shock value may not be shock value. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where, what's a good example of current franchises? Um, yeah, okay. Well, a while ago, like 50 Shades of Black, it's like that was supposed to be a shocking film. I'm like, no, that's like teen smut. It's like there's nothing shocking about what's going on with those characters. That's one author's sexual fantasy. Like that's not supposed to be shock value. The shock
Badly
value is
written.
that you would freaking buy it off the shelf and freaking talk about it for days on end to where the dudes are just now rolling their eyes because that's all you females are talking about. So let's see.
Bacon.
Yeah,
True.
GD Bacon, trans-Saharan slave trade, transatlantic slave trade. Hold my beer.
Yes.
Oh well, like I said, I nicknamed it, ship with a job.
To bring it back to
Ship with
movies,
a job one.
bring,
Yeah.
to bring it back to topic. Um, Anybody ever seen the movie Law Abiding Citizen?
Nah.
I don't think I have. The
That's
title
all
sounds
you.
familiar.
It's got Jamie Foxx and Gerard Butler in it,
Oh yes, I
and
did see that.
it's about this man taking the law to his own hands,
Mhm.
and he
Mm-hmm.
continues to take more to the law to his own hands, and Jamie Foxx has to stop him as a lawyer, or at least an investigator or prosecutor. So like it's kind of like almost in the same vein as Seven, but no, what's in the box moment.
Mhm.
But the very start of the movie is Gerard Butler and with his family, with his wife and child. They're having a dinner, and these two guys bust in their house, and they straight up shoot him, shoot the wife, shoot the kid too, and they're all like one of them's already pillaging the house for anything valuable, right?
Mhm.
But then one of the assailants outright rapes his wife while she's slowly dying. Now that right there is completely shock value.
Yes.
Gratuitous,
Yes. Yeah.
as it may be, that is complete shock value. Now I don't know. Now I don't know whether or not your miles may vary whether that's good shock value or is that tasteless shock value on that front. Of
Well,
course,
if
of
it's like
course,
cautionary tale, I could see that. I mean,
hmm
that's enough for me to kind of to get a reaction out of me because I mean, I would
hmm
expect that.
yeah, that
It,
and
it it does it because it's not waste, because it gives you the motivation of why the Gerard Butler felt why he's doing what he's doing.
well, yeah,
Well,
that's
So if
because
and
you
at the same time,
the guys got well, at least he felt like they got unfair. Um, they got a lighter sentence is what I'm saying. Like I think they got tried.
right?
They did get tried. They were found guilty. Unfortunately, he felt like they didn't get a better a more much deeper sentence than they deserved. So one of them he was already on death row. So what they were you know death by lethal injection, right?
Hmm.
He tampered with the injection to make it more painful when he dies.
Yikes. That's
Um,
hardcore.
I think one of them he set them up to die by accident. But the way how he was going about it, it's like he was basically just you know he basically I think he killed one of them and he chose to be let into prison
Hmm.
intentionally.
Mhm.
So it's like a game of cat and mouse. You're basically just seeing Jane Fox trying to protect convicted criminals, or
Right.
these criminals that already served the time before he gets his revenge. Gerard Butler himself. There's even a scene where he's there with an inmate, and he asks for he requests for a T-bone steak.
Hmm.
He's getting these special privileges, these special requests. So he's got a cell to himself. You got the inmates getting pissed off, and he says, "I like a friend." So they select the inmate to join them. He asks for a radio. He turns up the radio. He's like, "Do you like the music?" He's like, "You like the Yeah, I like the music." "Hey, you want to taste this steak?" He's like, "Yeah, sure. I'll taste this steak." And guy's eating it. He's like, "Hey, try the asparagus." Guy tries asparagus, enjoys asparagus. He's like, "Do you enjoy the asparagus?" He's like, "Yeah." He gets up, takes the T-bone, and just jams that shit into his neck.
Ow. Painful.
Again, it's so casual to scene. And Gerard Butler is such a charismatic person.
Yes.
Not don't know much of his real life, but like the way how Gerard Butler plays it, you're basically lulled in a sense of what's that phrase? A false sense of security,
False sense of security.
or a false sense of safety and casual, I guess. But
Go
like
either way.
basically, you as the audience as you're watching this scene, your guard is down
Hmm.
because really up until this point, what he's done so far is basically manipulate, not necessarily manipulate, but like set up things to where the where he can't really be the crime can't be really traced back to him, but in good faith he goes to jail anyways.
Mm.
So like when he when that happens, right? It's like you already see how casual he is. He's already been, and as a matter of fact, he's already been forthcoming with his information on what he's going to do next. So Jamie Foxx is following the breadcrumbs that he leaves. So already at this point, he's basically showing himself as an upstanding, law-abiding citizen. Haha.
Right.
But yeah, that scene that besides the beginning opening, the opener, that scene actually took me by surprise too. Cause I'm sitting here thinking like oh he's being casual with the inmate, he's chilling and until he grabs that T-bone. I was like, oh snap,
Yeah.
yikes.
Well, you know what? Okay, so I've got one. Something a little, less like graphic than what we were just kind of like going into. Like there was a point in Man of Steel when Feora Ul like just takes like Martha Kent by the neck and just like pulls her up like a rag doll. You don't expect that because you expect your villains to be somewhat restrained, right? They're bad because of how they dress, how they act, what their
You mean
motivations
Zod,
are.
right?
Yeah, and it's like when that happens, you're like, no, that's his mom. It's like no, it's like whatever you're gonna do, don't rip her neck out. So stuff like that. I mean, that's shock value, but that's meant to drive the point that these people are bad. It's not something that you want to happen to you, right? Or even like in Aliens. Aliens had a lot of shock moments.
Vacant.
Like in
Yes.
terms, well, like in terms of, well, not like the gore and the gratuitous violence and Sigourney Weaver running around in t-shirt and undies, which was kind of cool, but no, like when you start to find out that Wayland Yutani really just wants to monetize this thing, when it's left up to the viewer to come to that conclusion, that's pretty shocking because this thing cannot be controlled, yet you have the arrogance of this corporation who is going to try to find a way to make this marketable. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of that. Or when you find out, coming back to Aliens, that certain characters didn't make the journey. It's like at the end of or rather at the end of the second film where we talk about Aliens going to Aliens 3, but like you find out certain characters aren't coming back, and you've already emotionally attached yourself. There we go. You've emotionally vested interest into some of these characters to see how they end so quickly and swiftly, because this xenomorph is not something that can be controlled by man. Again, it's man versus nature. Nature in this case taking the form of.
Are you speaking of the second Aliens when we lost a lot of the soldiers, the characters?
Yeah.
Figure
it's at least one of them, which
that's what
like that's a good way of doing it. I mean, if now that we're kind of sitting here and we're talking about, hey, you're gonna write this stuff into your stories or in your comics, or when you're playing D&D at a table, shock value is really meant to just, I don't know, for me shock value has always been, it's meant to get your attention in terms of there are certain choices you should not make, and there's
don't start your nerves too.
That's not traveled.
I Spit on Your Grave is just one big shock value in the middle section of it, where the female protagonist is isolated in her own cabin, and a group of guys just come in and just do horrible things to her. and leave her dead. Same thing with the remake to Last House on the Last House to Your Left.
Yeah.
Like you never really expected them to the main villain to outright rape the little girl like that,
Yeah.
and then shoot her as she's running away.
Yeah. And sometimes, like, when you get that kind of violence, it really does kind of shake you into attention because, I mean, even if the story has drawn on too long, something like that is not something that you come across every day. And that's nothing that you would come across in your everyday.
Human Centipede, one
Yep.
big long shock value.
Oh, yeah. It's not something I would watch like multiple times.
I'm only watching it once. I'm not on that on
Yeah.
DVD.
I'm like, this is
And I'm not interested in seeing the sequels either.
It's like
That was
that's kind of where
once
we're
was good
going in
enough.
terms of human society already with these alleged, concoctions that they want to like give you a donut and a burger for. Like, no thanks. Nah, I'll pass.
I'll be right back. I'll get
I'll
some more
wait.
fuel.
I'll wait a few generations before you try to, stick me with a thing that's supposed to be a cure-all. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's really funny because when we draw on shock value and stuff like this, it's always the older franchises that we pull from because
The new
anything new is
franchises,
They just did it better.
They did it better. You're right. They're not doing it. For example, if I talk about my shock value, unless Brian, did you want to say yours or?
I think I mentioned earlier Final Fantasy VI, but what about how about we go to something like Resident Evil for a second? There's some pretty shocking stuff in there too.
Yeah, because you expect some of these characters to be infallible, and the writers are pretty much telling you all bets are off, and this isn't like Scream 2, if you will, or you know what, sort of like the first Scream when the first character gets lobbed off, Drew Barrymore's character. You don't expect that, like.
Right.
It's a horror film, but you expect a progression where
Right.
like I'll be right back, or you got to lose your V card to get lobbed, or or you got to be like the one black character to get lobbed, or all that stuff, all the tropes that are so synonymous with these horror films. I want to say the movie at that time kind of broke some of those cultural norms, and so that's why it did so well.
I agreed. I'm about to say I agree with you. That's why it was a massive hit because it broke the stereotype. It broke the you just like you said. We didn't expect Drew Barrymore to be killed off that quick.
Yeah. Like film. Like, okay, cool, all right. Like, I like Drew Barrymore. I like her hair. She looks cool. What? Then all you see is thing being dragged. I'm like, oh man. I was like, this is different. This is very different.
I will admit that scene really shook me as a kid. What really shook me was the fact that he caught her, had her on the ground, and the only thing you see is the killer just it's basically a cycle moment where you only see the a reverse cycle. I mean, where the actually, you know what? Now I mentioned cycle, yeah. That's
look at how Hitchcock did his. It's like you find out who is actually behind everything, and it's Norman.
Mm-hmm. But the thing is, what made that one the most prominent one, and going back to also Empire, was the fact that that was one of those crowning movie moments where you didn't expect that to happen. In the case of Luke, it's not really more so the fact that he lost his arm in that fight. It's more of the I am your father.
No.
In the case of and I'm gonna swing it back to Scream 2, but in the case of Psycho, the whole trick was that Hitchcock wants you to think that the victim that dies, I can't forget her name, but you were led to believe that she was the main protagonist and it was going to be your traditional Hitchcock horror film where she's being stalked throughout the house by Norman Bates. But no, she ends up dying. Her sister becomes the protagonist as the replacement. In the case of Scream, like you said, Drew Barrymore's character being the main character, what still sits with me to this day was just the fact that the camera was on the killer the whole time as he's driving down that knife into nothingness, basically, and you're just hearing the knife just cut through meat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And then what's worse, what put salt to the wound was the mom come home and you see the aftermath.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
You
that's
know
what
it-
really hits it. Yeah.
What's even scarier is that Drew doesn't even scream throughout that whole scene. You just hear the man grunting as he's stabbing her.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
That's what really creeped me out, is that I guess she was already dead at that point. He's still stabbing her.
Well, she did he stab her slash her throat because she saw her parents pull up, and
Yeah.
she was staggering and she was trying to say mom, but I think that's when he gave her the final blow, because the parents were in there, but they just didn't see her out there staggering. I think she was still alive.
Yeah.
She saw them. She's trying to call out to him, but
Oh, yeah.
I think that's when he dealt the final blow at that point, because she couldn't scream loud enough. So that was what the final
got
blow.
What the hell was that?
We got a thunderstorm on my end. How's that for shock value, huh, guys?
That's what it is. All I heard was Thunderstrike.
Me
So.
too. I don't know what happened. I said, "Oh my god, is somebody okay with that?" It's like,
Is that an earthquake or
Wow.
something?
That's
yeah.
we got a severe thunderstorm warning right here in Jersey. So yeah, sorry about that.
Oh yeah,
guy.
yeah.
Well, I'm never ever gonna visit you there, buddy.
You're like right at
You're on your own there.
Well, Michigan, we had some really bad storms a couple of days ago. Today, it's
Well, I
nice and
never
sunny.
ever gonna visit you either, Leia Valor.
Well,
It's
I'm
nice
sorry.
and sunny today.
So any water would be helpful.
Hey, I'm a skinny werewolf. I get swept up by wind. Whew, ah.
I can help
I
you
ain't
bulk
Mary
up if
Poppins.
you
Y'all put me down.
like. I can help you bulk up if you like.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
The two of you.
I'm a lean wolf. I'm a lean wolf. But no, like Ishii is encouraged me to go to Arizona. I said I heard from another person in our chat that you guys got tarantulas there, and they like to invade your house. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to
Get
I'm
the
going to debate.
Terminator.
I'm going to debate. I think it was you, Dominic, that said that was telling me that the tarantulas were in Arizona in the rural areas. I'm like, well, I'm going to be sticking to the urban areas then.
I myself would do the same.
I'm
No
sorry,
way
but
Papa said
Ishii,
tarantula
if
in my
you
bedroom.
look, I'm like Ishii, if you anywhere in the rural areas, you gonna have to come visit me.
Oh, you know what? I got a good one from the 90s.
Same thing with the professor. Look, same with the professor. I have to visit him in person at his house, and he said he has wolf spiders migrating in his neck of the woods. I'm like, it's all too clear what company you keep, Professor. Never invite me to your house.
So
That's what I told him. I was like,
wolf
look.
spiders. You get it?
I don't care. They're no kin of mine. They're spiders. They're not wolves, and they look like tarantulas. So there's that. But bruh, like once he had held that up into his camera that last year, I was like, it's all too clear what company you keep. Don't ever invite me to your house. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's what I told him. Like, don't ever invite me to your house. If I ever do decide to be anywhere near your neck of the woods, like, look, I'm passing through Virginia. He said, "Hey, Wolf, you like Alyssa with me. You want to hang out?" Like, nope. Look, soon as he waved to me and I see him, I'm like, Prof, you already know what I said last year. Just peel out and try to clear Virginia.
Oh yeah.
Even Sally Graver's home. She said she had a wolf spider in her workplace. Like, yep, I'm not coming over to your place either.
Oh,
I say it, the wolf is arachnid home.
Look, if you say you found a wolf spider somewhere in your area, I'm not coming to your house because those things migrate.
Oh,
man.
what kind of commander are you? Like, I mean,
Look, leaders are allowed to have their fears. Even Captain Kirk had some fears.
bro,
He feared.
like,
Leonardo
I
feels
told you,
snakes on
I was
his
doing a
arm.
patrol. I was doing a patrol, like right outside, like one of the big casinos or whatnot. And I
Look,
came
and Troy.
across- I
Look, what
came
kills
across a
me.
tarantula
What
that
kills me
was
is my and
that
Papa
was, like,
Chelly's
the size of a small 8-week-old puppy. Like, I mean, ew. I mean,
What
I
were
mean,
you
that
Look,
thing could've jumped
Look,
off
what
the
killed
ground
me
and
was
hit them,
Troy was like, they're nice. They're nice. They're not really that bad. I don't care, Papa Pacelli. Look, nature has set the rules as it should. If the spider goes in a tree or underneath a bush or underneath the ground, I expect it to stay where it is. Don't come in my house. My house is not a place for you to breed or hunt. Look, if you're there to hunt, okay, get that bug and get up out my house, and I'm gonna stay away from your territory where you can spin your big ass webs or wherever, dig your little burrow or wherever. You stay over there, and I stay in my house, and we don't have to kill each other.
Yeah. Oh man.
Well, I got a good scene from you. How about the ankle scene? I think it was what 1990.
Look, I'm surprised I
Misery.
survived Enemy.
Oh, Misery.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Not
that's a good shock scene. You didn't see that coming when it's like, and all you hear is
Yep.
ah!
Yep,
So,
yep. Or come play with us, Billy, forever and ever.
or
you want
American
something?
History X. That was 1998. The
Oh,
that's shock value. That's shock value. That's a
ooh,
good example of shock value.
what they showed, what really went down in that scene. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the curb stomp. Yeah.
That's where the word the little trope curb stunt was invented.
Yep.
Oh yeah. 8-legged freaks.
I survived 8-legged freaks. And that's only because that became a comedy. I thought it was a serious movie. It became a comedy. I was like, okay, I can watch this several times. And the spiders are not technically there; they're CGI.
Yeah.
Still the feeling, though. It's still the emotion. I know the CGI.
That big ass
still.
tarantula was fake, and I actually survived that tarantula. But when it was when they had them, on screen real life, I was like, yep. Arachnophobia, I can barely even stand that movie now. I used to be able to watch that as a kid. Now getting older, I was like,
No, I couldn't because the spiders were like.
I can't deal no more. I can't deal no more.
Well,
Especially when
spiders
they keep.
in general are just pretty freaky. So yeah.
Especially when they jump.
I was just mentioning Arachnophobia gamer. Look, every time they kept cutting to that spider's eyes, I'm like, stop doing that.
Well, I mean, there's like, I think we've talked about a few different types of shock. I mean, whether it's in film or whether it's in writing, there's always, like we already talked about emotional shock. Like, you didn't expect to see Bucky
The Mist
snapped away.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then, physical shock, as in, like, again, like a concussive, like, injury, again, like the curb stomp.
Something in the mist. Something in the mist.
Yeah.
And he called out to Steve when he passed away too. That was terrible.
Yeah, like
what?
When Bucky dusted away, he called out to Steve, and Steve couldn't go to him, and then he dusted away like that. That was gut wrenching. He called out his name.
Well,
yeah,
that would be a form of delayed shock because you've already realized he snapped, right? And then he says one more thing, and it just refreshes the fact that he's snapped. You know what I mean? And it's like,
or even Rhodey screaming out for Sam. He don't even know, like he was inches away of spotting him, and he just disappeared right there, and he's still looking. I like the way. Look, I really love the way how they did that shot. Like the moment War Machine walks in, Sam is already gone. He's still looking. I was like, dang, that's crazy. That's really crazy how they did that.
Yeah,
Up,
and
General.
there's
no time for rest.
Well, it has to be written in a certain way. Like, the first thing that has to happen is the initial shock, whether it be emotional or physical. And then, really, when you're writing this out, you really got to keep track of the environment, including the characters and everything that's around, because they have to react to it as well. And once you've already gone ahead and written the environment in and stuff like that, you also have to figure out how are these characters going to react. Like, are they going to be in emotional shock? Are they going to disassociate themselves from it in order to deal with it? And then, the subsequent part is when you fade to black or you move on to your next chapter and you just leave it open like that.
Sweeney Todd.
You know, so
The Mist, you guys said The Mist. Bacon made a comment about The Mist too. Yeah, that one had some shocky moments in there as well. Yeah, just trying to survive in the night.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I was bringing up Sweeney Todd, the
yeah. Like a good moment,
the play and the
like
movie.
like a good moment.
Oh,
And again, I keep bringing it to Marvel because I mean, there's enough people in the stream that they can pull the memory out of their head. You know, when we talk about this kind of stuff, as opposed to me talking about, oh well, in this book, written by Peter David, la 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 la, and Zadi or whatever. No, like so sort of like Age of Ultron, when Quicksilver ends up getting shot. Now, because it's edited in such a way, I mean, and subsequently you find out, in the behind the scenes and in,
You didn't see
cut
that?
footage and all that stuff, that eventually he was intended to come back, due to his healing factor. But the fact that it's, yeah, you didn't see it coming, that he wasn't coming back. And it's uh, like Wanda feels the shock of her twin's death. So, I mean, that was more of a surprise type of shock. Because again, you expect Quicksilver to live. He's an Avenger, blah 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 blah. So,
Mhm.
but again, you have, for whatever reason, you decide to cut these characters out. And then subsequently you find out, oh well, this isn't the movie we're writing. Blah 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 blah. And it's like, okay, I mean, you know, throughout this run, for as much as we tend to use these franchises for example, you really, once you discuss them over and over again, you start to realize, yeah, they did come with their own set of problems, but subsequently everything that's now being pumped out is even worse than what was being pumped out before. So mainly because you figure all those same writers and stuff like that, they moved on to other projects, so now you're bringing in all these new writers that have really no, they have all the body of canon to work with, but yet, as opposed to
They're
doing
too
that,
lazy to sift through it,
yeah.
yeah, and as opposed to more or less
and they
using
say I'm lazy.
using it as an experience to sharpen their writing, they're just not necessarily self-inserting, but it's so generic to the point where it might be lukewarm received by the audience, but it's still considered a commercial success. So,
Yeah. Hey, I was thinking of one just now for shock value. Who Framed Roger Rabbit when Judge Doom was revealed to be a tune?
Mm.
What,
Another tune, like
Remember me, Derry, when I killed your brother? I just
this. I can't even do it. I can't even get that high note.
you have to inhale some helium to do that,
Oh yeah.
and
No way I did
I
that.
highly recommend you don't do that.
Yeah,
From what I
here it's
heard,
bad for you.
so I mean, yeah, there's all that stuff. I mean, obviously, uh, I guess, I
I
mean,
guess.
yeah, I guess, when we refer to a lot of this stuff, it really comes down to just your writing basics.
Hmm.
It,
Oh
it
yeah.
it's not something that you can skimp out of, because if you're not able to write a coherent body of work, then this is where we start running into this type of stuff where there really wasn't anything shocking or anything revealing within any of the sequel trilogy films. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, and even
Indeed
in
he
the
is.
leaks, oh, so and so is coming back, and it's like, the Emperor's coming back. Like, okay, and oh, you were always my daughter. All that kind of stuff. It's like you sent. I mean, that was not a shock either. That was not a shock or surprise moment. You know, I think we had, maybe in the prequel trilogies, we might have had maybe one or two surprise moments that I can think of.
I
Um,
hate them.
yeah, yeah. Like, I mean, you more or less got the
They
scene
were
right
like
away.
animals, so I slaughtered them like animals.
Yeah. So I mean, it's like now,
Not just
we're
the
talking.
men, the women, and the children too.
Well, I mean, we're talking about like franchises like Disney, who just don't like
Hmm.
to put that into quote their content, but it's like you own almost every
Speaking
franchise
of, you know
possible.
what? let me really segue into old school Disney. Think about like this:
Oh
the
yeah.
whole reveal of the stepmother becoming the quote unquote wicked witch.
Oh,
Once she makes herself ugly, like the moment, I'm pretty sure it wasn't really that much of a shock to me per se, but I can kind of see how kids would have probably been shocked by that final look of her.
Hmm.
oh
Or in the
yeah.
case of Mufasa's death, imagine how shooken up you were when you witnessed that death.
Oh, yeah.
Like
It's,
you had this moment where you see Mufasa's climbing up that cliff and he's almost there, and like you think Scar is going to help him. Of course, it's telegraphed it's already been telegraphed that he's going to kill the king in the villain song. But
Hmm.
but the way how again, it goes back to the character lulling you into a false sense of security.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
You are in Mufasa's shoes in that moment. You think that your brother's going to help you up on that cliff, up on that cliff but instead he throws you off that cliff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're and even
Oh, I
then,
remember that
like
one.
again, the emotion is still sold. The music itself sells it. The shot of Mufasa falling down. Ooh, I'm getting teary eyed.
Don't forget,
Falling down
long
into that
live the
stampede.
king. Right? That line
Yeah.
is
Long live the
the
king.
king. That creeps me out every time when he says that.
Yeah. So yeah, like you see a shot of Mufasa, and then see a shot of Simba just screaming,
Yeah.
no, and then you see the aftermath, of course, and again the emotion is right. It's consistent, completely consistent
Oh yeah.
within that scene. It goes from shocking to dour. Hey, Daniel.
Hmm. Yep. Yep.
He said, "Did
Today?
someone say music?" Yeah, we're talking about the death of Mufasa.
Yeah. Speaking of shocking things in Disney, remember the Pleasure Island scene from Pinocchio when they start
How
turning into
could I
Well,
not
donkeys?
that's a
forget?
good way of doing it though, because I mean the
Mama, mama.
well, I mean that zoom out and zoom the what is it, the zoom into Simba, I'm like but I mean in terms of
Yeah.
character, the character reacts, the environment reacts, especially with the music. It's also there's no bright colors, it's very dour, if you will. You
Oh
don't
yeah.
see the actual death of the character. But
Hmm.
again, he's not a villain. You're not supposed to see him go down the freaking mine shaft like a la Palpatine, if you will.
Oh yeah.
So
Are you talking about
you know,
Scar?
because even in Mufasa's death, he's still in this particular story. He could be what you would call. He wouldn't be the aspirational hero, but he would be the Obi-Wan or patriarch, if you will. So
Hmm.
there is still some good in those characters. So you don't tear down that character. I mean, you don't willingly do it. I mean, unless you're just such a poor writer that you write like everybody else. But um,
Unless you're Kovu and written to be like Killmonger. Your daddy ain't no king. I found I found my daddy with lion claws in his chest. You
hello, Auntie. Hello, Auntie.
hey auntie. Looking at Sarabi. Hey auntie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Auntie.
It's
Hey, Auntie.
like your father ain't no king. You ain't the son of a king. You're a son of a murderer.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad that Simba's Pride was written the way it was. Obviously, a retelling of Romeo and Juliet with
Mhm.
two lovers living this time around,
Mm.
and just a villain dying just the exact same way as Scar did,
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
except for being eaten alive by hyenas. She just falls into a river.
Oh
Hmm.
You
yeah.
see, and you see her claw before it gets swept up in the water.
Mm.
Just to drive home how horrible her death was.
Ooh, gruesome.
Yep. Oh yeah. Oh, another person who died by river, McLeish
Hmm.
Mm.
from Rescuers Down Under.
Oh, I remember him. Yeah, the
Oh
alligators
yeah,
got
yeah,
him, I
yeah,
believe.
yeah, yeah.
Home on the range where the deer and the ants all play. I shoot them down and I cut them up. I'm like, oh wow, this guy is deliciously evil in what he does.
Mhm.
He's elemental evil, as the professor might say.
or even before that, what's her face, Medusa from Rescuers 1, where she kidnaps a kid and forces her to look for a diamond in a flooding chasm.
Oh man, that is pure nightmare fuel right there, man.
Oh yeah, for reals.
We like to think it's Zira,
Hmm.
and I don't think it was I don't think it was willingly,
Yeah.
knowing how lions are.
Yeah.
I don't think it was willingly, but she went with it anyway. She stood with it. She stood with on that lion Peony.
Yeah.
That's why
Yeah,
she's
yeah,
so crazy about him. Like oh, there's some dark implications on her part.
Yeah.
But I love Zero all the same too. She's freaking deliciously evil too, and all she cared about was revenge for being ousted, for staying loyal to Scar. You know,
Yeah.
yeah.
which again brings some really nice implications to the Pride Landers. Fantastical
Mhm.
implications of the Pride Landers. Like if you're not with us, then you're against us. Go away. You're banished.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Well, it's Lion. They're really One thing I gotta give the Lion King movies, they do a good job of maintaining the nature of the lions, or at least the animals to be exact. Each
Mhm.
animal is not really acting out of its nature. Like
Mhm.
even the same goes for what Zero does to Kovu in front of Simba.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, well, if you want to have your pound of flesh, here you go. She shoves her cub right towards Simba.
Mhm.
What does that implication tells you? If you know lions, like you
Meet
know
your
how
young.
lion prides work.
Oh yeah.
And like when I found out that lions actually eat the young once they kill the alpha male, and my mind go back to I was like, oh my goodness, whoa, these guys really did do their homework.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I told my friend that, and she was shocked.
Yeah.
Mind you, I said, did you know that the lions were actually acting within their nature in Lion King 2? And she's like, what do you mean? Zero literally shoves her son right in front of Simba as if she was coaxing him to follow his nature of what he's supposed to do in a pride. He's like, what do you mean? Well, when you think about it, lions kill their young if they're not theirs. Well,
Mhm.
they kill the lion cubs that are not theirs.
Yeah.
And what is Kovu to Simba? Not his kid.
Yep.
So if he kills if he kills Kovu, he is well within his right to do so, even if you don't agree with it. Simba's well within his nature to do so. Funnily enough, he actually backed out on it
Mm-mm.
because he's a benevolent dictator.
Oh
That's even
man.
I
the thing.
kid,
If
I
that's even
kid.
the thing.
Huh? What you say,
No,
Trooper?
I said if that's even a thing, because that is how they are starting to write villains, as a benevolent dictator.
Or at least their
Like,
failure of a
Yeah.
benevolent dictator. The
like
only benevolent
they
dictator I
can't
know
be
is
they can't
Doctor
be
Doom.
evil. They can't be evil, because if they are, it's like, oh,
I'm saying
they're
the only benevolent dictator that I know is Doctor Doom.
and even he had his own motivations. He wasn't
Yep.
benevolent because he wanted to. Like,
I'm just saying they just like him, and apparently from what I'm told, Let Vera is working just fine under his rule.
mhm.
How much you want to
The
bet they
only
like writing benevolent dictators because they see themselves in that role?
Obviously they do.
They do. They do.
It's they always like to talk about power. We're gonna take our power back, or we want to see ourselves as powerful, and Captain Marvel is unapologetic power.
Oh yeah, the Fourth Age talked about that sort of thing. The interviews with what's her face, Sana Amanat, where she kept
Mm-hmm.
power over and over and over again. Like, bitch, we get it. You're in love with power. You're power hungry.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. That's how that works.
But we're derailing the topic. Let's stay on it.
Right.
Let's go into a bit of let's go back to Invincible and what I saw. Besides the besides the whole book series is freaking shock value all over. Actually, one instance is the Reanimen, which is these cyborgs, zombie like people made by this one guy who's trying to accelerate human evolution through making them. Why is leg going that long? Oh, she'll tell us. Whatever. Anyways, there's those. Show wise, there's a scene where Omni-Man is beating the shit out of his own son just to prove a point of their race. Basically, the Viltrumites are like these universe conquerors, if you will. Gamer, you funny. I see it's coming. But no, there's a scene where he literally grabs Mark and like lets a train ran right into him, and you're just seeing just an orgy of meat and organs just spew all over Mark, because of course him being half Viltrumite, he's able to withstand such impact, if you will, that everybody just basically bursts like a balloon against him at top speed.
Yeah.
Of course, the train operator is already dead, and the controls are busted, so that train is still going and going and going. There's even a scene where a dying father is crawling to reach to his dead daughter to dry the salt to rub salt into the wound. And like I said, it's gratuitous, but it's also very shocking, and everybody still remembers that scene vividly, very vividly. Even the scene where he's trying to save a mother and her daughter from a collapsing building. The building collapsed anyways, and the only thing that's left of the mother is an arm. Invincible is so over the top and showy with visuals. I still enjoy it nonetheless, but like I'm still angry about the fact that people are going to this like it's the best sliced bread they ever ate. This is where superheroes should go. Superheroes should definitely kill. Superman should definitely kill. You know, I'm like,
don't remind me.
Like, look, if you want to say a hunger for absolute violence, watch The Punisher, watch Invincible, watch The Boys. Stay in your lane. Don't come over to our green pastures and try to spit blood all over it.
No way.
Just because you think you can. Because if you think you can, you're gonna be gushing a lot of blood out of your mouth once it meets my fist. So get ready to kiss it, bitch. You ruining my flowers, motherfucker. Get off my lawn.
Yep.
But yeah, they try to see these things as realistic, like they realistically, these superheroes should be killing people. Like, so in other words, you're saying you should be dishing out vigilante justice in real life. Despite the law being in effect, because that's the only thing I'm seeing it as you're saying that. A sane person would say, I don't agree with it, and I'll never agree with it, but sometimes some things will have to be done. But these idiots are saying, oh yeah, this is the smart thing to do. Like this is a reasonable thing. Like no ifs, ands, or buts, and no way you're going to talk your way out double downing on about what you're saying.
Oh yeah. Like I've said,
I got into almost serious debate about this and almost a serious argument about this stuff, and I'm just sitting here and I'm sticking to my statement, and everybody's like just sitting here doubling down. Like, why are you doubling down then? Why are you doubling down? Are you back into a corner because you think I'm accusing you of potentially being a psycho killer? That's on you, buddy. That's not me. Like you the one who thinks I'm accusing you of that, and if that's what you're thinking. And if that's what you think I'm saying to you, then you are the one who is potentially the problem. Then, like you're basically ousting yourself right there. Like, or am I telling a lie about you? And if you think I'm lying about you, you wouldn't be outright defend like doubling down defend yourself like that. So I'm just saying like bruh, regardless of what your statement is, you telling us it will save a lot more lives, or at least that will come back and kill more people. I'm like, so where do you stop if you decide if so where do you claim the limit should be? Even as one person, I had to end the conversation in a subtle way because he kept speaking as if I was putting words into his mouth,
Right.
which I never was. I was tackling his statement, not him directly,
Right.
which is funny because I could show you the screenshots, but that'll be some other time. But that was funny how he kept beginning his statements by I never said this. I'm like, I didn't say you said that. In the background, I mean, I'm like, I didn't say you said that.
Sounds like a guilty
said
conscience, if you ask me.
That's what I'm saying. I guess you don't like to be challenged. Apparently, like I'm still standing by. I'm still standing by what I'm saying. Like heroes should not be that should not be the go-to decision at all.
Nope. It should be a last resort, not a first step.
He does bring up as a last resort. I'm like, okay, you start to speak sense, but like yeah, I had to stop this conversation because every time you answer back, you sound like I'm putting words in your mouth, which I'm not. But other than that, like I was telling him, the question I proposed for anybody who was reading my statement, right? I said, if you made that decision, would you stop yourself from the layer using that decision again? Like how comfortable would you be after you have taken a life if you're a superhero or any hero protagonist in a story that actually kills? Where do you can limit, you can make a limit like he mentions Galactus or dark side level threats, right? Not just common crooks. Excuse me, it's going to go down to common crooks after a while. Mm-hmm. You're not going to have that mental fortitude to really limit it to dark side level threats.
Punishment has to fit the crime.
I just straight up say like once you do that, you're gonna get comfortable, and it's gonna spill out to everybody else. There, like at this point, you're gonna say there are no exceptions at this point.
Yeah.
So he says
all crimes are equal at that point.
Yeah, that's basically what it's saying, is that all crimes are equal, and crime is still a crime regardless. So if you're saying there's no punishment to committing a crime, then it's we're getting into the type of purge type writing where all you're doing is just writing for the sake of writing to write some form of trash narrative that allows you to get your frustration out.
Or writing a culling, basically.
Yeah. I'm like
this is deep in your mind. You just like to see people cold.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking before in the green room, that like as far as these films go, now talking about culling and all that stuff, like some of these people don't know how to write other than gratuitous action, and that may be wrapped up in violence, but it's like violence and shock value are different. Sometimes there can be some violence involved, like, but it's like, I mean, having a scene like what we were talking about earlier, Gerard Butler and such, and then we were talking, a violation of another character. It's like that's used very sparingly, because to do something like that, it is shock value, but it's like other people just mistake it with gratuitous violence, and it's like, and yeah, gratuitous violence films do make money, but I mean, at the very end of the day, I mean, you get overly desensitized to the point where you expect that everything is going to be more or less at that level. Mm-hmm. So you write yourself into a corner as a writer by literally hyperbolizing every freaking shock moment. It literally turns into more like Vampire Diaries type writing.
Or Last of Us 2.
Yeah. Oh, I'm your mom's dad. Oh, I'm your mom's dad. Dad. Dun, dun, dun. It's like, at one point it's like, okay.
We're going to get right into what you're going to talk about next, Leia, pretty soon. Continue what you're saying.
Go ahead. Trooper. Go ahead, Trooper.
Coming to you live from deep underground. Really good Wi-Fi.
That's a good impression.
Good one, man.
Coming at you live from a deep secret underground base with with excellent Wi-Fi. Bloop 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 bloop.
Bloop, 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 bloop. But
We miss you, by the way, Schooner. We do
yeah,
miss you.
go to
Yes,
work.
we see
Yeah, yeah. How's it
I
going?
will talk about that, Gary. I'll definitely
Stop
talk about
goofing
that.
off. So yeah, so I mean, I know before everyone came in, you and I were just talking about all people really want to see nowadays is action films, and why is that? And this is where kind of F9 kind of falls into place. It's like because that's all people really know in terms of simplistic writing is just writing these freaking tropes. What else can this car do? Okay, let's go ahead and do this. It's like now
Let's take
this
it to
car.
space via jet.
Oh yeah, that's a new one, right? Huh? They're launching a car
Mhm.
into space. I'm like, again, is it really shock or surprise at this point that they no longer write any real narratives into these films? No,
It's
they're
basically appealing to the lowest denominator.
it almost is. It almost is because it lowers down the bar of entertainment. So when you actually write something of real consequence that would really grasp an audience, the audience is no longer interested. They just want to
Mm.
see what big explosion you can come up with, like, or what other character you can maim, or how you're going to snap the next half of the galaxy this next time. And it's like that's kind of where Marvel's at in that corner. It's like you already snapped half the universe, so what's next now?
Or shooting somebody that shrinks so far that they turn to meat goop.
I mean, that's kind of why
Tiny
they're
meat
in this
goop.
like real big conundrum where I'm hearing murmurs again that the cosmic Marvel universe is going to be the next big thing, and it's like, but those type of storylines are just too massive at this point. It's like it's
They're too
almost
big
like
for their own good.
we've gone. It's literally like we've gone from season 3 of Buffy into season 4. Season 4 being like one of the best seasons for Buffy, and then it's like okay, after the 4th season, it's like the big bad just has to be bigger and badder each time. Like it's like at one point you run out of steam. It's like you have to find different ways to tell the story, and that's where some shock
Mhm.
value and that's where plot twists and that's where reveals can come in. But the more over the top they get, the more they lose their value. So you really have to actually be able to write a story if if you are in a corner, yeah, you can use that to get out of a corner, but then if you're literally doing it over and over and over again, it becomes a trope.
There are times that they do tend to do that to keep
No.
audience attention too, which is also a
Yeah.
bad thing, especially if it's
Mhm.
handled poorly, which it's never really handled really good in the long run at times,
Yeah.
and the story tends to fail over time, especially when you start to rely on have an over reliance, like say even Game of Thrones in later seasons.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
Schooner had mentioned this in the green room before this before we even got to hear about this story. I mean this story type this writing type trope where the first 4 seasons where they utilize shock value a lot better. He said it was working within the relation of the world at hand of. You okay over there?
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I was just grabbing some popcorn. I didn't mean anything. I was.
Oh, nice.
Please continue talking.
She she emulating Brian. This gonna be good. But yeah,
So
where I
please
was
continue.
going with this, where I was going with this was that he said it served the relation of the world and the way how things worked. Within the case of the death of Ned Stark, it wasn't really a subversion of expectation. It's more of working within the activities of the villains, where he was going to get a fair sentence, but Joffrey ends up executing him via kangaroo court. Or in the case certain characters don't know if they're gonna run into other characters again later on, and it looks like it was getting, one would think that they were getting ready to get there until Red Wedding happens. Of course, we all thought that now that's a subversion of expectation, but like the shock value was on high gear in that one, like Rob's wife gets stabbed via in the abdomen where the baby is. You know,
Oh,
while
yeah.
she's 9 months pregnant,
Yikes.
or 8 months, look like that was a little pot belly, but 8 months. In the case of season 4, Joffrey's death, Purple Wedding. Nobody suspected that to happen because it was just it was just a regular Tuesday for us when we see Joffrey, belittling, mocking people, specifically Tyrion.
But for me, it was Tuesday.
Hmm.
Yep.
Oh yeah, there's that. I want to touch on that briefly. I'm pretty sure Schooner would illustrate it way better, but I'm just touching on it briefly. But Gamer mentions, and I'm gonna swing the mic to you, Leia, once I'm done. But Gamer mentions Barefoot Jin or Barefoot Gin. Nobody's heard of that. Anybody heard of that?
Is that a
That's-
game or is that a character? I'm sorry, I've never heard of it.
It's a manga slash anime that details Nagasaki and Hiroshima through the eyes of children. So, I'm only going to briefly mention the anime because I only saw that. That's free on YouTube, by the way, for anybody who wants to watch Barefoot again. Mind you, don't watch if you have a weak stomach.
Mm.
It is very gruesome, just like Genocyber.
Right.
Genocyber is just gratuitous violence all the way. It's not really shock value on that one per se. But in the case of Barefoot again, it's basically it's not really that the fact that the bomb dropped for me. The shot came in from the aftermath of the bomb. So like there are moments where Gen is just running through from shock value to shock value to shock value throughout that whole sequence.
Mm.
So he's standing with a student of his, a fellow student. Half her face is burned off, and she's buried in rubble. He loses his hair at some point later on the film. A soldier walks around coughing and shitting out blood. Excuse me for that expression, but that's where it is.
Mm-hmm.
Some people had their eyes melted out. Others are walking like zombies, and those that try to drink the water ends up dying instantly because the water is polluted with the radiation, with everybody else's irradiated. So like I said, it's just a revolving door of shock value, as you see. He even loses his father, sister. Yeah, he loses his father and sister in a burning fire. His mother is still around. He runs into a kid that his mom takes in. She does have the baby because she was pregnant with a new baby. He gets a baby sister. Oh yeah, now that's a shock death altogether because they managed to find a way to feed the baby, but the baby ends up dying anyways. Which, yeah, Barefoot again is tread lightly for those who have the faint of heart.
Oh yeah.
But I think I have not seen it, but the way you describe it, I think that shock value was to show the shocking aftermath of bombings and what it does to to a human being and what it's like to face that.
They
and
basically
why.
It's basically chronicling every case and account of the effects of the nuclear fallout on Japan itself.
Oh,
Right.
Which they barely, well, I wouldn't say they did scratch the surface to as far as they could get to show what the aftermath did to the Japanese people. You know, aside from the sterility that it caused, the blemishes, the black spots on their bodies, you know. I think they call some of them called cancer, right?
Oh yeah.
I could be wrong, but and of course some were malnourished. Lots of things happened with those bombs dropping after the bombs dropped, and even those that were caught within the blast radius, their shells are still on the walls to this day. I've seen the pictures. One being on the wall. It's an imprint of somebody sitting down on a bench,
Oh man.
just casually sitting down. Like you would no, that's the thing. You would think that when somebody tells you that in Japan where they left preserved where the bombs dropped, and they said there's still shadows or basically just silhouettes of people on the walls, right?
Mhm.
It's not the way how Iron Man 3 portrayed those shadows when the one of the extremist characters, one of the extremist villains blows up. Not like that at all. They kind of misrepresented that one. When I saw those pictures, it's just people casually going about their day-to-day life. Like some of the shadows are like people walking or standing around. That's the haunting part. That they're not reacting to the bomb. The fact that they're just going about their day is even more haunting, because you would think it was represented the way how Iron Man 3 presented it. No, like I said, just that silhouette of some person just sitting there on the wall.
In a way that's even creepier.
That's what I'm saying. It's casual. That's what's scary about those shadows. Like when I see the pictures, I was like, whoa. I was not. Oh my goodness, I was not expecting that. I thought people were shielding themselves or had their hands out because of the impact.
They probably didn't know what hit them.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
they probably had no warning that this was happening. It happened probably so fast that before they could react.
There is truth to that, Leia. The Japanese government did not evacuate their people because
Right.
they thought the American military was a joke at this point.
Yes, that's what it was.
It's true.
They thought they were mightier than the United.
There was a social commentary to be had in Barefoot Again that addresses the negligence of the Japanese government to its own people.
Yeah.
So there's some moments where characters criticize the Japanese government for their negligence
And their arrogance, I'd assume.
So let's talk about zombies, shall we?
Oh yes.
What a wonderful! That's a very interesting way to segue.
We came from shitting out blood to eyes melting to a little girl's half face buried in rubble, shadows of silhouette people stuck on walls going about the day to day, and now we're going to zombies now.
Yes.
Just to ruin y'all day even further, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's say we let Leia take this over because she wanted to talk about Walking Dead, right?
Right. When this topic came about shock value for television in the last 10 years or so, when I think of, there's two shows I think of, The Walking Dead, what everybody knows, and the other one is Outlander, which majority of you probably here do not watch unless you have your wives or your sisters or your aunts may know about it. But I'm going to go to Walking Dead because before The Walking Dead, I know, no shame to admit that, before The Walking Dead went, down the...
Bruh, that's all I saw in that anime, and I'm not saying... Sorry, Leia. I'm not saying that that's all you see, basically, but I'm just detailing what you're going to see when you get around to watching that. If you're, like I said, it's free on YouTube. Last time I checked, I think it's still free on YouTube. Any version of it.
Mm-hmm.
Getting back to Walking Dead, that show, in the first couple of seasons, relied on shock value. But for the first couple of seasons, the shock value was not. It carried to the story. So I was sitting here trying to think of some shock value moments in The Walking Dead. I think of Sophia in the barn in the ending of the second season, which was Carol's daughter that went missing, and come to find out her worst nightmare was confirmed that she was a walker and that was hiding in the barn, and that Rick had no choice to take her out as a child of Sophia. Another one, I believe, is the ending of season 4, when I believe it's shocking, but it's sad. Probably one of the saddest ones. We lose Maggie's father.
Right.
Maggie's father dies at the hands of the Gevna. but it's suck. It's yeah.
And he's way more
Yeah.
horrible in the comic book.
Oh yes, I have to remind people. AMC had to tone a lot of stuff down
Which
in the
was
comic
good.
book.
I
Yeah,
actually
they
like
had to
I
tone.
like show governor way better than comic book governor.
Now, I never read the comics, but a guy at work read them and he had copies of them. So he would let me look at them and read them, to follow along what the show was based on. And you are correct, Wolf. He's more monstrous in the comics than on the TV show. But AMC had to do some toning down or they were going to really.
I remember a friend of mine
people.
had asked on Facebook, "Am I supposed to like the governor?" I said, "No, you're not supposed to."
No, you're not.
Even
He's a monster.
look, even if they give him the daughter and the sympathetic vibe, you can walk away knowing that you should not like. You can walk away from it knowing that you don't like him. You're not like even if like you can understand where he's coming from. Maybe you can sympathize, but you still see him as a villain, and that's okay. That is perfectly okay if you still see him as a villain after all that has been said and done. Continue, Leia.
Well, that was maybe that's kudos to the actor, but that was the charm of the governor. Is he is supposed to come across as likable, but he's really not. That was his charm. That he was charming enough where he try to get you to excuse his behavior, but he really was a monster. So maybe that falls on the actor who played him. I can't think of his name right now. He's a British actor, by the way, and that falls on him in his charm and doing until we saw his true colors. Then we saw really what we are, because like when he bombed the prison, and I'm thinking he didn't have to bomb the prison. Rick and them were leaving him alone, but he couldn't help himself. He had to have it. He had to control them.
Well, that's all due to Michonne's the reason was Michonne. And he was there to look. He was willing to leave him alone if they give back Michonne, whom they don't even know.
Right. Now in the comic, I believe he rapes Michonne. I think he does. He does. He
continuously.
He continuously brutally raped her, but AMC took that out, or they took
They
that
kind of
out.
almost teased it with Maggie.
Yeah, I think that's what they. Yeah. I think they teased at it a bit. Yeah, you're right about that. So they teased it. So, but we begin to see his true colors all the way. But because of Michonne, though, we lose Maggie's father, which is it's shocking,
Herschel,
and it's hard. Herschel, because that one really got me. I think there's a lot of deaths. There's some people that died of plain stupidity, or sometimes they deserved it. But Herschel was a character that didn't have to die the way he did. He was a total innocent soul. But that
So
shocking.
you read the comments, so you should know that Shane died way earlier in the story.
Oh yes. What I see on the show, I know, was way different than what was presented in the TV show. Once my coworker presented the comics to me, so I thought, okay. But I know Shane does die way early than he does on the show,
and I think they should fall through on that one. As much love, John Bernthal.
Yeah,
the writing was really declining in season 2.
Yeah, season 2. Everybody says that. Everybody says season 2 it went into a decline. But is that to what they were adapting? Because in the comic was kind of crazy that they based season 2 on. That was kind of funky itself from what I read.
They didn't stay too long.
Different, but maybe from what I read.
I'm only borrowing this from Cinefix. They didn't stay on that ranch too long and got to the prison. They had way more characters in their roster too, like one-off characters. There was a shock death too in the comics where they bonded with these prisoners that were still there, and one of them murdered 2 of the girls. I don't know whose girls it was. Either Herschel's girls, because Herschel's a different character in the books. Same thing with Dale. Dale's still alive at that point. He doesn't even die in season 2.
Yeah, Dale's still alive. That I know. Yeah, I know Dale.
Carol. Okay, I'm gonna say this. I like show Carol more than book Carol.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
She's neurotic in the comic, which is sad because show Carol is my main Carol. Until they start making her, they're trying to see in the later seasons they went left field with her.
Yeah, as we got down the road. Yeah, as we got down the road in the
Same thing
seasons,
with
I agree.
Sasha and even Michonne herself. Like as a matter of fact, Ezekiel is supposed to have a love relationship with Michonne, not him and
Right.
Carol.
Yes.
But this is not to talk about what's different in the comic books. Let's get back to the shock value area.
Well, I start with Herschel's because, like I said, there's many. Season 1 didn't have too many shocking deaths. The shocking deaths started to roll around that second season, but being as crazy as it was, I think Herschel's death. No, that wasn't the second season. Herschel's death, I think, was 3 or 4.
Third season.
Third season.
Yeah.
Herschel's death was the shocking because he didn't deserve to die like that, but the story wise, it played into the story because it affects the characters. The death effect, just like you talked about, the Stark guy, the father,
Yeah.
and how
Ned
his
Stark.
death, Ned Stark's affecting the other characters, Herschel's death affecting the other characters, Rick and the rest of those at the prison, because this was a peaceful man that didn't have to. It wouldn't affect us if it was a character we really didn't give a crap about. But Herschel, and then the biggest thing is I felt for Maggie. That's really what got me, is Maggie seeing this, and that was really what hit me right there. Is so that death, it's how it affects the other characters.
He's the author of Invincible too, I think. Robert Kirkman.
Ned Stark's death and Herschel's death almost parallel, because Herschel's death is almost like an execution. If you really look at it, it's almost how it affects the other people and how it affects the other characters. That's one of the, it's the shockingest, it's one of the saddest. It's really one of the saddest ones, because after that went off, I sat there like, oh man, I don't know if I go to work the next morning. That done threw me off. I don't know. Man, I think I need some therapy. That's what I said.
Did you go to work after you lost Bucky?
I did, but I was sad that day, and everybody at work knew why. Because everybody knows. Because, like I said, you see my desk.
Let me guess. They killed Captain America. No worse. They killed my boy Bucky.
I need my Bucky. I can't breathe. I can already.
Nobody approached Leia today at work. Everybody, she's going through an emotional moment today. Let's all carry on like nothing's happening. Y'all don't need to dance around my grief.
You know what I need.
I'll be okay.
Just free.
No, yes, everybody, because they know I'm a Marvel fan, but they saw the movie too, and they all asked me, "You feeling all right?" I said, "No, life is miserable and not worth it. I'm just going to sit here in the darkness."
If it makes you feel better, my friend sobbed over the death of Yondu in Guardians 2. When I went to work with him.
But I'm like, you realize he was a curmudgeon, so I mean, come on.
I could tell him at work, I need my therapist.
I think it had something to do.
Not in the show Infinity War, Sam Proctor.
I think what it was is like, okay, so we kind of know Star-Lord's story, but most people, they may or may not. They may be the casual viewer. Or they just may not have been exposed to Guardians of the Galaxy before, and now they kind of like the cool characters. So,
is that what you feeling in your head, boy? Sentiment.
Well, no, not even that. I think it finally congeals with the audience, who Yondu is the Star-Lord in that last scene above Ego's planet. So. Like, that whole, he may have been your dad, but that whole.
He may have been your father, but he sure as hell ain't your daddy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then that's kind of when it sinks in for Star-Lord as well. So, and so
it's
I'm Mary Poppins, y'all.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah.
So the audience also reacts along with Star-Lord. Again, that's effective writing.
James Gunn himself, of all people,
exactly.
Doing with the Suicide Squad.
It's like Trooper said. It's more of how we are affected because we know how much he means to Star-Lord. Yeah. So because we care for Star-Lord, we're affected.
Somewhat by that. The next Sam Raimi, in some regards, he's got the same MO as Sam Raimi. He likes to direct cool guerrilla movies in a way, and he also hires his brother to star in them. Like Kragar is actually his brother Sean Gunn, Just like Ted Raimi is his brother, is Sam Raimi's brother in the Spider-Man movies. He's the guy who simps to J. Jonah Jameson
Yes, I know. Yep.
and
Yep. Yep.
Joxer from
Yeah.
Xena.
Vizina, yep, because he had him on the show as Joxler. Yep. I was gonna say also that's the acting of Michael Roker as well. That guy is
Mm,
very,
who
very
was
talented.
also
Yeah.
Merle in
Yeah.
Walking Dead.
But he's a talented actor, though.
Mm.
Yep, he's a talented actor to pull that off.
Speaking of Rosewood, he was in Rosewood too.
Mm.
Hmm. So
As the
that's
guy, as the guy, when my grandpa and I was watching it, I can't. He was like, I can't understand half the shit you saying, man. When he's like screaming at everybody after they shoot, what's her name, Miss Rose, I think.
yeah, I forgot, but yeah,
That was a shock. That was a shocking moment too
yeah,
in Rosewood because she was a nice black lady that's obviously an indentured servant, not necessarily a slave, an indentured servant.
Mhm.
Technically, she's watching over the lady who gets beat on by her husband. You
Mm.
know, you
Mhm.
you got Jesse Quick, this whole Jesse Quick story that she told a lie, and she still gets her ass beat in the end, which is
yeah.
which
That's what.
which as a kid I laughed.
Oh, I did too. I did too when she got she got
No,
beat. It
because
was like, ah,
I
she got what she deserved.
look, I laughed because the framing of it. The framing of it. It was a wide, far away shot. You see him go in the house, and you only hear the audible, and you
Yeah.
just you just hear her him kicking the shit out of her, and he calls her a little liar. I'm like, because it's like he's an asshole, he's a dick, but he's telling the truth in that regard. It's like bitch, you set me up. You put me on you put us all on the wild goose chase. Now we lost that nice lady Miss Rose. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And even Big Baby died. We don't see Big Baby at the end, so he dead. The only people that got out of there was Don Cheadle and Ving Rhames. I ain't got all day now. Get on this horse, you know, and all that good stuff. I'm like, bruh, and jeez, that scene where they're dancing around that burnt body in the background, that will stick with me for the rest of my life. I'm pretty sure you've seen that too, Leia.
Mhm. Yeah.
Oh, we lost her.
Oh crap.
They got her, boys. They got her. No, I need my Bucky. You don't
Like-
understand. So
Wait,
I
they
can't wait
know.
for the I can't wait for the comeback because Melissa has a nice comment.
Mhm.
How do I live without you?
Oh man.
living is without
Near,
you.
far, wherever you are.
Oh yeah.
Celine.
Oh man. Near, far. That was always like that was like the it song that you would play for a sad moment.
Give me like a wrecking ball.
Oh
Oh,
man.
and get me stuff.
You know what where we at right now? We at a 2 hour mark. I guess we can do
We're actually in the middle of the third hour, so
yeah, we can do fun talk at this point.
yeah, we can.
Wind down my voice a bit. Sounds like Brian's run low on steam, so he might as well get into the fun part so he can relax.
Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna go head out and get a shower too. I got work tomorrow.
Somebody also mentioned Devilman Crybaby. That was a good. I would say it does have its shock moments in that one, but it also has very gratuitous scenes of
Yeah.
sex and violence, if you will.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, that one counts. I did mention years ago, week ago when we talked about villains. That's
Mm-hmm.
my neighbors. When we talked about villains, I talked about Miraki and Descendants of Darkness. There's a lot of shock stuff that happens in Descendants of Darkness, especially the whole scene where he kisses Suzuki like out of the blue, which scared my brother out of the room again.
Oh.
To that story, like me and my brother at this point we're watching Descendants of Darkness like it's your average everyday anime, right? Like it deals with the a group of Shinigami that are in a way, spirit detectives, and you're dealing with this mad doctor that has a hard on for killing women.
Mhm.
They go through a lot of homicide cases that involve women, and they finally tracked down and figured out that he's the one that's causing it, but he's always eluding them. And by the time he gets alone with Meraki, and that's where he started kissing him. My brother just vacated the room like that, and I stayed there, still watching. And I looked down, he just disappeared. All I saw was an outline. I was like, bruh, really? Of all things that we've seen thus far, that's what made you get out the room? Because, like, before that, we saw one girl get torn to bits by demon dogs. Suzuki literally gets possessed by the devil,
Oh man.
or at least their version of the devil, and I do mean Satan.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh, I'm like, bro, he's just kissing them. That's it. It's a non-consensual kiss still, but damn, like, really,
That's
really.
very sus.
I'm just saying.
Indeed.
I'm just saying. There's some things I can stomach. You know, I got a strong stomach, I guess. But like I'm saying, we saw a literal devil possessed Suzuki. He's all butt ass naked in the shower, bleeding out of a brand that the devil put on him, like guts from Berserk. We even get I even told you we get a screenshot of his partner. Dang, I forgot his name too. I think it's Yosuke. I think it was Yosuke.
Okay.
But it's a screenshot, and most anime is told in. Sometimes anime tells their scenes in screenshot, right? So there's a screenshot of him getting his clothes torn off of him, and he's butt ass naked too. But what was showing was that Miraki basically raped the boy.
Whoa.
Yeah. He also branded him too.
Yeah, that's a little overboard with the brand.
Yeah, Miraki's fucked up in that regard. He's fucked up to the point where he almost rivals Johan from Monster.
Oh, okay.
For those who don't know, Monster is also another anime / manga where there's this neurosurgeon, Dr. Tenma, cures his boy instead of curing this political figure, so they end up dying. He loses his job. Unfortunately, the boy he saves is a psychotic serial killer that has such a charismatic personality that people will kill other people for him or kill themselves for him. Or there are times he'll kill them. Whichever situation best suits him. Hisoka, his name is Hisoka, not Yosuke. Hisoka is the guy who gets raped by Miraki, and that's basically what ties him in. And Miraki is so screwed up is the fact that he's so obsessed with he's already had his fill. Let's just say he's already had his fill with Hisoka, that he's very obsessed with Suzuki. I forgot why he's been obsessed with Suzuki, but his villain totem, if you will, as I like to call it, is a broken doll, a cracked face doll, if you will. Yeah, Ted Bunny wishes he was him, or at least Ted Bunny wishes he was Johan. Yeah. Check out for those who want to see some really good thriller manga, or read a thriller manga, or watch a thriller anime. Check out Monster.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to check out something because I'm dying for some sci-fi space opera.
That's loud.
That's not necessarily a Disney franchise or CBS.
I read your comment, Leia.
Yeah, sorry about that. Jumping out. It's this new computer I have because I have to use it for work too as well. And So like every time they download my itinerary,
Oh, since you're here,
internet.
Melissa
Yeah.
has something. Look, Melissa has something for you.
Leia here is so happy to get this song. Or How Do I Live Without You When Steve died?
So
With
look. So look, this is what happened. So the moment Bucky comes in and fades like leaves. How can I live without you? And for those who were there for we lost Brian.
oh, maybe it's one of those days. Maybe there's something in the air.
He is dealing with a thunderstorm.
Thunderstorms. Yeah, thunderstorms can. When the day we had a bad one, I'm glad we weren't on because I couldn't have got on because it was really rough. So yeah, we'll probably be back. What were you saying, Wolf? You're getting me I'm getting feels, but go ahead.
For those who were there for Spider-Man, it was "Hello, darkness, my old friend. I come to trouble you again." Help me out here, Trooper.
No.
Hang on, let me look at the lyrics so I can sing it right.
Oh goodness! No, I thought for sure Trooper would have something for me. I thought okay.
No. I was like, "Hello, darkness, my old friend. I come to talk to you."
I was thinking Whitney Houston's "I Have Nothing," but I don't.
I have nothing. Yeah, he's back.
No, nothing like that.
I was hoping you were gonna back me up here, Brian. I was singing "Sound of Silence." Because a vision softly creeping in, let this see while I was sleeping. And the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence.
Brian, Melissa made a comment.
On the morning rain.
Yeah, I don't think I know the song, unfortunately. And I got knocked out for a second from my
the storm.
The weather's bad here.
Maybe, yeah, I understand. I've been where you've been at, Brian, so I know how you feel that. Yeah.
Well, anyway, I think I'm just gonna head out now. I'm gonna head out now because I gotta go take a shower and everything. So, hope to see you guys Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay, Brian. Thank you for coming. We'll see you. Troopers on a roll. So say well, good night, Brian.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
I don't really need to look very much further. I don't want to have to go.
Oh my goodness! Now you're in your own little.
I'll hold it back again. This passion inside can't run from myself. There's nowhere to hide. But don't make me close one more door. I don't want to hurt anymore. I don't know.
God. Don't go. I know. You want to continue? Like you guys were on a roll, so don't let me stop you. You guys are on a roll. Well, the other shocking point with Walking Dead, and I'm going to mention one more that's good, and then I'm going to mention one that went wrong. Of course, is the introduction of Negan.
Yeah.
I did not have any issues with that episode. Some people did. I did not. I did not at all. I don't know why the episode got a lot of flack because, like I said, I knew what was coming. Trust me. AMC toned down quite a bit. It's more shocking in the comic. And Negan's execution of God, what was this? What's the character's name? Glenn.
Right.
And Abraham.
And Abraham, I would say, was pushing it because I liked Abraham, and I think Abraham could have stayed one more season.
See, they messed him up too because he was supposed to die way sooner in the story as well, but they relegated to Tara's fake lesbian girlfriend.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that was an unwanted shock death. Nobody really cared about her, and really, I don't think she needed to die like that because she could have worked just fine.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Now I will say this is where things in writing was really starting to take root. Where
Mhm.
I will say this: Tara did not strike me as a straight woman, anyways, at all, or at least she wasn't really that type of one looking for a relationship. She could potentially been asexual in her brain, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But when she got with what's her face, I was like, oh, okay, her her arc is complete. Cool.
Yeah.
Um, who else entered in a lesbian relationship at some point in this show?
I'm trying to think. It's just recently, but their characters I really don't care for. I can't remember.
That really
I
tell
know it
you
was
something.
Terrible.
yeah, they were I think it's just some new characters that were added, and
Mm.
they were already saying they were lesbians, but I don't care for those characters at all. A lot of
Someone
the
with
Yeah,
new
I mean,
characters, a
when
lot of the
they're, I
new
mean,
characters, the
characters,
new
they got to make them, a special
someone were
episode
queer
cupcake
baity.
so that
I think
they're relevant. Like, it's
I
terrible
think it
writing.
was I think they were trying to tease Edith as one
yeah.
potentially, where she
Hmm.
was supposedly had this thing with Carl. Carl,
Yeah. Yeah, with
boy.
Carl. That was yeah, I thought Ethan and Carl was supposed to have this young romance or something.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm glad that didn't happen because that she's a bitch.
yeah, she
I can
was.
Had
And
time couldn't really
I'm
stand her.
glad they got rid of the family,
Blair
the guy
Sam,
that yeah, that guy, that young guy he was just a stupid pain in the butt.
a
I'm glad
tool.
a tool that didn't go nowhere.
Oh, you
Now I
talking about
will,
the old boy that shot him in the eye?
yeah, I was glad he was
Oh,
gone.
I couldn't stand him.
He was getting on my nerves. I said, somebody I don't care what it says. Is
I
the
couldn't
mother?
stand his baby brother.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You know what?
Look,
I
kill
don't
these
want to.
little assholes. Spare the mama.
You want
That's
to spare
all.
the mother because I wasn't liking
Look,
her
look.
either.
That's all you needed to do, Walking Dead. Kill these little sons of bitches
I didn't
and
care for
spare her because I like Jesse. Jesse was fine. Look,
Jesse started
she
off
was.
okay. Go ahead.
I'm just saying she was flawed. Let's just say that well, she was flawed. Well, not. I'm not saying she's flawed because of this, but like as far she was drinking the Woodbury, not Woodbury, the arcade Alexandria Kool-Aid, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
That's where
Yeah.
she was. That's why I say she was kind of flawed at because obviously they never really been in the thick of things, right?
Right.
Mhm.
Right.
Now I will give her leeway because she was in an abusive relationship, so I can't really where I'm going with her was she had so much potential to be a better character and they just write her off
Okay. All right. I
like
see what you're saying.
mostly write her off so that Rick and Michonne can have a crack at it, and I'm like, no, I'm sorry. Look, I love Michonne being motherly to Judith, even though that was a rocky start,
Yeah.
and with her PTSD and everything.
Hmm.
But like but the thing is that
I
I
don't.
didn't. I thought I kind of felt that was forced.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. I think it was forced between her and Rick. I was not down with her and Rick getting together. I'm like, what
But
fanfic? What?
but hey.
I could see Michonne and Daryl.
You know
I could see
something?
Michonne and Daryl. Go ahead.
But nah,
Mhm.
nah.
You don't feel Michonne and Daryl? Okay.
Mm-mm. Daryl needs to be alone. Daryl needs to be a single man. He's got mommy Carol for now, and everybody kept teasing a romance between. Like, no,
Mhm.
no, they're good friends. People can be very good friends. I was good friends with a lot of adult women too, and I connected to their type of their friendship like that.
Mhm.
And I'm like, no, I don't see no romance. I'm sorry that you guys are trying to make it creepy and everything. But whatever. But I digress. Look. All I'm saying is now who I would have shipped Michonne
Mhm.
is possibly Ezekiel
I can see that. Yeah. Yeah.
or
Yeah.
his right
Yeah.
hand man with the battle axe.
Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry, because
Mhm.
he cool. But that
Yeah.
aside, where I'm going to end that off of. But hey, you know what? The price was to see Denai Guru's silk skin. It was worth it.
That was worth it.
Well, let's just say that was enough to change my mind.
Okay.
That
Okay,
was
well.
enough for me to okay. You win, writers of Walking Dead. Look,
Okay.
you gave me a shot of new Denai Garura. Okay, I'll accept this. If that was the price to pay, okay. I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man. I freely
Okay.
admit, like, yep, okay. That was enough. That was enough to win me over.
Oh, that won you over. I felt it was forced. I felt it was
I still
forced.
maintain it was
Then.
look. I still maintain it
But
was for it, but you know, I roll with it. I'm
okay.
sorry, Leia. I roll with it
No, no, don't be sorry.
because they gave
Don't
the
be sorry.
goods. They showed the goods. I
But don't
mean,
be
not
sorry.
not, not 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 the good, not the good goods, just the money shot. You know,
Oh, okay. I was gonna say
the
bad
overhead
goods,
shot of them laying together and she butt
like black
naked,
goods.
embracing.
Like it can't be
Well,
black
you
goods.
know, ebony and ivory go together like harmony, man.
Oh
I'm
Lord,
sorry, but like,
ebony, ivory.
Don't feel
I'm
don't
just
don't feel
reeling over the fact that like I said, like I caved the moment I saw that chocolate on that marshmallow. I was like,
don't be sorry.
whoa, they
It-
knew what they were doing. Denai was cool with it too. I'm like, ooh,
don't be
Yeah,
sorry.
you
okay,
know, and that's
you win, guys, you win.
yeah.
Don't be
Hey, Dre.
sorry. If you got something yes, Darth, that I was just about to get to that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that
Shock value
Skinner
can
had
be
brought
done in a bit.
that up. Yeah, he had brought that up in a point that he had made. You know, prior to the stream, as far as the Han Solo's death,
That was
his death held no meaning. It was just there.
it was just there.
It
That
did not advance the story, nor did it have any potential point. It was just a selfish death on behalf of Kylo Ren. But I'm like, okay, but clearly you don't understand why a Sith would actually kill. But what do I know? You know, I'm not a Raylo. I'm not. I'm not one of these sequel, you know, trilogy peeps that fully invest
Like I
themselves
said,
in a 5-minute
I would
character.
have cut out that face reveal in front of Ray and
Mm.
would have saved that for when he confronted Han.
Han's death, Harrison Ford should be okay. I know you wanted to kill the character off, so you have to do it again. But my God, you could have told the writers, man, give me a death with dignity.
But like
Okay,
I
let me go
said,
out with
in
dignity.
my
Don't let
in
me
my
go out
in
like
my
a sorry
sequel
punk
in
like
my
that.
sequel trilogy rewrite of Force Awakens, he would have went out in the blaze of glory, and
Right.
Chewie would have gone with him. Chewie would have gone with him.
Yes, it would have been sad, but it would have made sense.
So what I would have done with Star Killer Base, if we had to keep Star Killer Base, it was a super weapon that had no necessarily feeble weakness, if you will, from the previous Death Stars, right? So they're going with the whole. Well, we blew up one big space station before. This is nothing new, right? So they're scanning for weaknesses, right? Wait, there's no weaknesses here. What the heck? And so Han takes it upon himself to notice that there is, in fact, a weakness. It's not going to destroy the space station itself, but it's going to disable it,
Okay.
or at least its primary function, which is the super beam. That guys, it's not going to blow. It's not going to split off into a shotgun beam. We're not doing that bullshit. The logistics of that is so stupid, astronomically stupid. Unless you have a prism that splits it into many lasers, and apparently it can target every planet within the same vicinity. Rant over. Moving on. Get back to point.
Yeah.
Wolf.
No, I get you.
So already the Millennium Falcon has taken a sizable amount of damage from the TIE fighters attacking it, right? And it's already going through the motions through the tunnel. So he says, there's one way we're going to do this. We're going to have to at least disable it. We won't be able to destroy it, but we'll disable it. That'll give you guys enough time for you to figure a way to destroy it completely. And that'll be the plot of the sequel trilogy itself. If I was rewriting it, the fact that this space station is still operable, but not powerful enough to it's still operable, but it's not powerful enough to blast plants right at the moment. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's really the race against time to find a way to destroy this thing before the First Order really gets around to destroying it. I mean, to getting it back to functionality. So he is a key component to the beam that prevents it from firing, and that's where he takes his life. And Chewie, both him and Chewie, not only you're saying goodbye to the scoundrel, he's also going to be a general, by the way. He's not going to be a
some deadbeat
scoundrel.
yeah,
again.
and it's going to be and I want him to give one last message to Leia too.
Yep.
When he dies, I don't want him to.
Well, at least it's not going to be heard by Leia. It's going to be heard by everybody, even Luke, because Luke is going to be going to be on that planet. By the way, he's going to be on that planet. Han, says final farewell to Leia. He says final. He's like say hi to Luke. His final farewell would be tell Luke I and she says I know.
Yes.
That's like he doesn't even finish his sentence because he's choking up on his words because this is the final farewell to her and he doesn't know what to say, and she says I know.
And that would have been giving him a death with dignity. That way the character would have went out with dignity. It would have been emotional, but it would have been with dignity. It would have contributed to the story, but it would have been a death of dignity, a heroic.
And if you want fan service, that would have been your fan service right there.
Yeah.
That would be your fan service. Her saying, I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of like a callback to Empire there.
To Empire, yeah.
In my rewrite of Rey, she would have been a Jedi in waiting for Finn. She'll be Finn's new teacher. Yes. He'll still be a stormtrooper, but he will be a unique stormtrooper, as in he and Phasma are elite troopers. And that's what they're gonna be called, elite troopers. As in they're both wearing that silver chrome armor. She just happened to wear the cape because that denounce high rank. So we're gonna build that conflict up when he comes back to fight her, and he's a Jedi, a full-fledged Jedi.
Right.
Not no baton wielding gamer.
Yeah, just yeah.
Because that was gamer talk. He was saying like let's finish this Chrome Dome. Like, okay, right. Nobody says Chrome Dome in Star Wars. Whatever. Moving on. Rant over. So
yeah, because I was like, oh yeah, that's great. That's very interesting. Yeah.
This is a rewrite I was saying months ago, by the way. But I like to reiterate that because I know a lot of people like hearing me doing my rewrites. So what I would do with the battle between Finn and Kylo plays out just the same. Not necessarily him getting wounded that severely, by the way. But he will be it really shows that the Force was with him that whole time, where he gets that one lick in on Kylo.
Mm-hmm.
And Kylo won't be. I don't think I will make Kylo Ben Solo. I think I will have him kill Ben Solo off screen, by the way. But that's why they confront him. That's why the whole idea of him trying to usher in chaos within the Jedi and the Sith. He's trying to eliminate both. Snoke. Okay, I don't know what I would do with Snoke. In fact, I wouldn't even call him Snoke. That's a dumb name. It's like JJ was pillaging a hat full of names on that one.
All smoke and mirrors, just like Vader's Invader, Sidious is Insidious. Ventress is an Inventress. Like, I mean,
Vengeance. Maul likes the Maul people, I guess. Or whatever.
Yeah.
But Snoke? What the heck is Snoke? Anyways, rant over. Moving on. So again, the fight plays out. Rey exposes herself as a Jedi, and of course, Kylo keys in on that already because he knew. He already knew because he was strong in the Force. Fight, loses. We get that same moment where the lightsaber hits the snow. He's about to reach over to it, but he's about to grab it with force grab, but it goes in a different direction. It catches a hand, a disembodied hand on the screen, and it's a cloak hooded Jedi with 5 other Jedi behind him. and Ray comes to, and you hear from the lead cloak figure, Ray, get the boy and go, Master.
Oh.
She whispered, Master, and of course Kylo is like, it's good to see you again, Master Skywalker. Good to see you again, Ren. And that's where, and of course you hear several other, like they ready to take them on because like they're trying to finish this fight and get off this planet real quick. And of course Kylo, knowing that he's at a disadvantage despite his power, runs away. Much like in the same vein as Grievous. Once he's at a disadvantage, he runs away. He can live to fight another day. And that's where they leave, and that's where part 2. That's where we begin Finn's training, the kind of connection between Finn and Rey. Poe will be the Poe will basically be in Luke's shoes as rogue leader. So he'll be leading the charge of the rebels, and there will still be the rebels, not the resistance. There won't be the resistance will be built by Finn, as in each programmed stormtrooper will be I think we lost Brian. He's probably checking out. So later, Brian. I think he said
yeah,
goodbye,
he did.
didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He said he's gone for the evening.
Call me the
Yeah,
absent-minded
this is
professor
sweet.
then. Anyways, in the case of yeah, so Finn's story echoes across the galaxy, and every stormtrooper that hears it deserts. Because if one of them deserts, then all, like, you let one ant stand up to us, and they all stand up. So you're getting stormtroopers that are actually abandoning the First Order's First Order. I'm not sure if I'm going to call them the First Order. Actually, I think I had a name for them too. I think they're called the Legion or the Remnant, which is they're not going to be they're going to be remnant forces of the Empire that have since linked up with other brigadins and vagabonds in the Outer Rim. The Outer Rim is actually, they're actually invading the central star systems. That's a problem now. That's what's going to be the new enemy that they're going to take on. Not necessarily a rebranded empire, more of a remnant empire that's trying to take back what they think they owe, or what they think they're owed. But they're using pirates, just like an echo of what Vader had to do to track down Han or Luke. He hires bounty hunters to get the job done. I'm just the idea, man.
I don't know about perfect
For now,
huh? I said I don't know about perfect, but
I ain't perfect, man. you can spot some holes in my writing.
Compared to Kathleen Kennedy, the wicked delusional witch of Disney.
My goodness. Can we leave the woman alone? She's dead. We keep beating the cord.
No, but like if Kathleen Kennedy try to ride me on try to push Rey, I'm like, bitch, I just made her a Jedi Master. Get off my ass.
All I heard you say was Kathleen Kennedy try to ride you. So
no, I'm just saying, like, I'm pretty sure that's what she did to JJ for him to kowtow to her. I'm like, bitch, bitch, I read the fucking script. She's a fucking Jedi Master. That's all you fucking need.
I was just gonna say Wolf's ideas actually makes more sense than hers for her bestest Eva Rey.
Like, if you want to try out your futurist female shit, bro, I got the woman right there to usher that shit in. She's Jedi Master Rey.
That's a conversation I would love to hear. Oh, I would love.
And she ain't gonna be no Skywalker or Palpatine, bitch.
She's gonna be a Windu.
No, she's not. She's not even gonna be a Kenobi.
What?
No, she will have some heritage. I will make that shit up.
Oh, that's a self-insert.
I know fucking self-insert. She got Jedi in her family.
Uh-uh.
It ain't gonna be nobody familiar. That's all I'm saying. Maybe she'll be a little child shot.
It'll be some
Maybe.
random character from some prequel or
Nah,
Clone Wars
I'm not
episode
trying to
that
pick
only
an
has
EU.
like a half second. Like,
All I'm saying is she's gonna be Jedi and she is gonna have Jedi in her family. I will say that, but she's already established Jedi Master, so there's such a problem with her abilities because she'll be the aloof master, kind of like Yoda.
well, you're
where
gonna
she-
trigger the original trilogy, like boomers who are gonna be like, "That's not canon." Like, all right.
y'all need to. I'm like, y'all need to chill the fuck out. Look.
Oh,
Everything's covered.
you don't
I'll take it.
understand the original trilogy. You know?
Look, man.
Yeah,
Hey, look, man. I just got rid of the midi-chlorians. Y'all need to get off my dick about that shit.
I mean, like, I don't know how you can support this criminal. Like, so.
Fucking age.
Yep, and this why is Rey not a Palpatine? What is her great? She's stunning and brave. She's stunning and brave. No one can defeat stunning
Bruh,
and brave.
what I would do with Rey is like kind of like writing Bachelor in with some trace of Bachelor. She kind of has a little bit of a bit of opulence and I'm not even sure if I know that word, but I'm using it anyways to sound smart. And a bit of slight arrogance.
All I gotta say is, like, you know, they look at like Rey and then they say, you know, there's something very, I don't know. It would be like,
look, she's a woman that's teaching a man the ways of the Force. Get over it.
it would be like there's something very old about you, and it's like, and then say something weird like, oh, you know, my family survived the destruction of or my bloodline survived the destruction of Terrace, and that would set all the freaking boomers like, oh my god, Kator, oh, this is great.
or she's Alderanian.
Yeah, right.
I wouldn't if you since I'm of the old school Star Wars, but I wouldn't be one of those. If you come up with a good story and it makes sense and it goes along, hey, knock it out the park.
Yeah.
As long as
Making
it makes
sure
sense. Go ahead.
Look, all I'm saying is
calling
this:
it the Skywalker saga.
y'all need to get
off a whole bunch of new.
If that broad try to ride me, I'm like, look, let me do my due. You work on that marketing. Let me do my due, and you work. Well, you're fired. No, you can't fire me. Bob Iger says I'm still working.
Yes.
Hilarious.
Yes.
Iger still says I'm working. So there's that. I'm according to Iger, I'm still working.
Yeah, so Iger is.
So you need to back up, stay in your lane.
Oh, he threw up Iger.
Is produce, and I deliver on that production. Trust me. But I would make the basically. I think I would just eliminate Snoke.
Oh well, yeah. You need a different type of, I don't know, villain, like an actual villain. Like, I don't know.
Ren will be his main motivation within that universe. While what I'm saying is the main motivation of that universe, while they're still trying to figure out how to deal with Starkiller Base, is that he's trying to usher in chaos within the Force. Like we bow to no order of the Jedi or the Sith. You could kind of call him a great Jedi that goes his own way, technically. Yeah, MGTOW. Ha 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 ha. But you can go ahead and say that he's a rogue Jedi or rogue Sith that's trying to usher in chaos in the galaxy, as opposed to the tenets of the Force between different factions of Force users, which is Sith and Jedi. Mm-hmm. So that's what makes him a threat, as opposed to a threat to the Force, is that he's ushering a brand of chaos to it. But yeah, that will be my starting rewrite of the sequel trilogy. If y'all want me to, if you guys want to join in on that for another time when we do a fancy studio office, be my guest. Because we're still doing the DCEU, guys, the construction of the DCEU next Tuesday. But One thing I want to bring up, which I did mention briefly in the beginning of this stream, was the Joker, and it's, and I'm talking about Heath Ledger's Joker, by the way. The impact that he has made upon people, and why it seems like where that culture got intermixed with the SJ Hobo and the kind of communist teachings that we've seen so far.
Yes.
Bye, Melissa. They've watched too much of the Joker and suddenly agreed with him for some interesting
some
reason.
I agree with you 100%. Oh, nobody again. Sorry, turn on my volume.
They're trying to talk like they're trying to talk like him. So much, like it's an edgy thing to do.
It's like, I think it's like they hate the hero and the responsibility of being a hero, and for some reason they think being a villain is I don't know what it is in the culture. I think you're right, Wolf. I can't find the right words to describe it. Either they hate the villain because it's hard work, or they just find they hate the hero. Like you said, they agree with the Joker. And the Joker, to me, I have to remind people, the Joker is now, when you mean Joker, do you mean Heath Ledger's Joker is what you're talking about? Yeah, that's when that shift started to kind of change, when they started taking, they forget that this is a villain. They're forgetting his villain. I think that's when this hate the hero culture started to come.
Which I
don't like. Oh, I hear them all the time, and said,
these people, when the chips are down, they eat each other.
Yeah, and their minds just got it in their mind. They just started to take it as literal gospel, you could say. I don't know what this generation, but I feel like they hate the heroes, and I think they hate the heroes because, for some street, I don't know what it is. Maybe they think the hero is perfection or society. They forget what, like the professor had brought out, and I'm glad the professor said this. The heroes are aspirational. They are to inspire you to be the best that you can possibly be. We all know none of us are going to be rich like Bruce Wayne. We're probably not going to kick butt like Bruce Wayne. We're not going to be able to build a car or a suit like he does. We won't be able to fly like Superman, or we're not going to have super serum like Steve Rogers.
That man has a limited amount of riches depending on who's riding him. So
exactly.
Of course we'll never be infinitely rich like Bruce.
Exactly. And we know we're not going to be able to fly like Superman, or we're not going to have the super serums, the super soldier serum in us like Steve Rogers. But as I always tell people about Steve, the suit and the shield do not make who Steve Rogers is. The man makes who Steve Rogers is. You got to remember, think back to the first Avenger.
Michael Jordan did those 3-pointers by wearing shoes, just by the sole purpose of wearing shoes.
Or Kobe Bryant, they forget. Kobe Bryant was up to 2 a.m. shooting three flows because he wanted to perfect them. They were telling him to go to bed, but he was in there in the gym just shooting to because he wanted to get better, to improve on himself, right. So that he could. That was always his motto. His motto was, in order to get perfection, he wasn't born with it. He had to work at it. So these little buggers now, I don't know what this called, but they think like
I used to think that I could not go on.
They're
if I can see it, then I can do it. If I just believe it, there's nothing to it. I believe I can fly. Woo! I believe I can touch the sky.
I didn't know it was like that.
Yeah.
Like, come back, Bucky, come back.
Oh, God.
Of the things I can achieve, oh, if I can see it, then I can be it. Sounds like he's crying sometimes. I don't know how many doors he had to run through, but he got there somehow.
Yep. But I go back to what you were saying. I hear all the time, well, hey, I can't make the right choices like Steve Rogers does, or I can't do the
right thing. You only want to try.
Yeah, you have to try. It's to improve yourself. It's for you to believe in yourself to be better. But see, your mistake these people make is they fall into that trap. well, I'm trash, so I'm going to be trash. So I might as well do the things that trash do. That's the wrong thinking. You got to say, I got to be better than what my situations provide me to do. A lot of your favorite NBA players came from poor families. They came from poverty. They rose above it. And
J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, that's another example. Yeah, women's on welfare. But she had to rise above it to get to where she's at. And rising above it seems to them, they see that as a weakness. They rather just lay in the gutter with the roaches than to try to claw their way out of it.
That's why I call them SJ hobos.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, I mean, it really comes down to, actually, unlocking the potential in your brain that you are born with. And for a lot of these people, that's an anathema because that means you actually have to do something when, quote, it should be given to you because it should be given to you. And I don't like that mindset. I really don't.
I don't like that mindset either.
Me neither. I don't like that mindset either. And that's the way this generation is thinking. That's the way they're thinking.
Yeah, and that's how they're writing their heroes. I mean,
right.
I mean, that's what it is. As much as we hate how this is going down with all these IPs. I mean, that's how they're writing the heroes. They're writing them for that crowd. That
back to Heath Ledger's Joker real quick. Yeah. One thing I gotta say was Dark Knight, and I did mention Dark Knight had a lot of shock value moments in that film. No matter how much you slice it, there were so many scenes where especially the scene where he records killing one of the bat fakes, if I like to call them, the hockey masks, or at least a scene where the mayor stand out the window and the hockey mask bumps into the it's really a jump scare, but like it's very shocking to see what the Joker did, which is paint his face, put a smile on his face.
Mm-hmm.
We don't even see what he actually did to the man. You just hear the man screaming, which is good, which is really enough to really shock the audience. Or the scene with the pencil. First, I'm gonna make this pencil disappear. That's magic. Ta-da!
Mm-hmm.
Or at least a scene where he storms into the party with where Bruce is having the party and he's asking around for Harvey Dent. He's like, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Harvey Dent." Harvey Dent.
Mm-hmm.
He's casually just walking through there, and already the movie has already set up how much of a a freak he really is, and you're just sitting there just guessing as to what he could potentially do in that moment. He could snap, kind of capture the Tim verse Joker in that regard,
right.
which I kind of appreciate that too. It's that unpredictability that you kind of would not have seen coming from a villain.
Yeah, I mean, there hadn't been a portrayal of Joker on film like that up until that point.
Mm-hmm. Until Jared Leto.
So. Jared Leto. Okay, I was going to say
that's the worst Joker laugh ever.
Well, all I gotta say about this night or whatever, like I didn't see any point to it. Like I caught bits and pieces of it on YouTube. I was like, "This is what they were fapping about." I'm like, I guess. Like you need to get
grunting, growling. He's not even smiling that much.
Well, and
he looks strung out most of the time.
Well, and like anytime there was a scene with like Wonder Woman or the Amazons, you got that like freaking Amazon incessant wailing track, and I'm thinking to myself, And I'm like, really? I'm like, how much money did you guys spend on the CG to not have decent music? Like,
Like, you're not you're not riding Xena, Zach.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then
Yes.
some of these lines are changed slightly, and I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, this is self-serving. I'm like,
So you're gonna get Rich
Amazon,
Brown?
but stronger. And I'm thinking to myself, really? You think? I'm like, come on now. Like, this is stupid. Like, but
And this is
anyone
what
who
people are lauding
understands,
over
yeah,
really hard.
yes, that's what they were freaking like creaming themselves over. I don't understand it. I don't get it. But then again, it must be too highbrow for me to understand. I just don't get it. So
I don't get it either. I didn't really care for it. I didn't even go out of my way of watching it. Mahler's video of it was spot on.
like I said, I just caught bits and pieces on YouTube. So far, my favorite cuts of Joss Whedon's cut of film are the ones that are like re-edited with music taken from like
Puppet Mouth
PXL.
Superman notwithstanding.
Yeah, like was it AB Director on YouTube? He did a few edits where he adds like music from different Junkie XL scores to Justice League, and it's so much better. So much better. Music makes a difference. It's
It
like
does.
shocking there. Who would have thought? But yeah, like this version was like dark, oversaturated with dark. I mean, it looked like another 300 film, and like I said, it was
She
always
blew up a
gratuitous
whole
wailing and moaning
room.
when it came to Wonder Woman, and you can tell that it had been reshot because freaking Gal Gadot's hair was different, or they CG different hair, and I'm like, this is dumb.
She was the centerpiece so far. Because they know Wonder Woman 1984 had came out, so they had to make her the centerpiece to some extent.
Well, and then I guess Flash goes into the Speed Force to undo the Mother Box. I'm like, really? I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. I'm like, we're not getting a Flashpoint paradox. This is like literally your Flashpoint paradox moment. But I'm like, you didn't really even need to go that far. But whatever. What do I know? So, but
I just knew that. Sorry, Leia. I just knew that if I had gone in there, I would be just as bored as I was with Batman v Superman.
Oh, I too. I didn't bother to watch it myself. I'm not a fan of Zack Snyder's take on the character. I would say my issue with his take on the character and with DC, and this goes back to the studios don't know these characters, is they're trying to turn Wonder Woman into some sort of man-hating a warrior, man-killer warrior princess. And that's not who she is. They don't understand what she represents. They want to take her and turn her into...
Jesus, Bruce Bowen can never catch a break sometimes.
well, I mean,
I'm still real on the fact that she blew up Bruce Bolton.
I mean, I still argue that they do know, and that's why they're doing it in such a way, to incite this kind of backlash. Because I mean, realistically, it's what they want. They want you to just kind of like go on to something else. Which
bad publicity is good publicity.
Told, it's like, I mean, when they no longer want your money, let them figure out where they're going to get their money. Like, let them figure out where it's going to come from. It's not going to come from my wallet. Find someone else to grip. I get it.
Well, it goes back to what, and I was sorry, my popcorn. I was suggesting this to Wolf. Maybe this could be a topic, but that's totally up to Wolf. I saw this discussed on in YouTube by a screenwriter, Karen Pasha. Hollywood hates these films. They do not like the superhero movies. They don't like pop culture, period. Yeah. So Trooper does have a point. They want to see these things fall. They want to see it. They don't like them. They don't like superhero films. They don't like comic book. They don't like video game movies. They don't like fantasy films. They don't like pop culture as a whole. Yeah. So they would love to see the studio sabotage these superhero movies so they can just go away and it can just be their only films. As I was telling Wolf when I heard Cameron Pasha was talking about the reason, a theory. This is a theory, and this is a theory I was going to throw around maybe in a topic we can discuss. Maybe in a future chat or something. Cameron Pasha, a writer and insider to Hollywood, He was talking to Midnight's Edge or something, but it was an interesting theory. His theory is one of the reasons Kevin Feige has gone down the woke train is because of the fact that Hollywood hates Kevin Feige. They hate him. They don't like him. They hate him. They hate the MCU. Kevin Feige is an outside player, much the way George Lucas is, because they don't like him either. They are loving the fact that Star Wars is tanking. They're loving the fact that fans are turning away from it. Because, and how they do this and how they got this with Kevin Feige is that, well, Kevin Feige doesn't fit into the Hollywood system. He's not there with the Hollywood types and their cocktail parties and their parties on cruise ships and so forth. So he probably wants to be a part of that. So somebody in that elite put it into his head that, with all this success you have with the MCU, you could be a voice for the woke crowd. You could be a voice for that generation. And by being that voice, that would raise your status among the Hollywood elite. You start getting awards, you can get your own movies made. You need to use that, knowing they're giving him bad advice, because they know once he starts to go down that woke train, those movies will start to tank. And that's exactly what they want to happen. So I think they filled his head with all of this goggly gunk that woke is the way to go, but not in a good way, but in a way so that he would sabotage it and that people will start dropping out the MCU. And that is why we're getting phase 4 is a gutter trash dumps fire. Mm-hmm. Because Kevin Feige, I believe, gave in to that, thinking Hollywood would bring him in, but really they want him to go. They don't like any of these. They don't like these characters. They don't like even Star Wars. They want to see it, and they love the fact Warner Brothers, the Snyderverse is falling apart. They say, yes, go ahead and make those movies. Please do. Go make them movies.
Yeah, I mean, like I said,
so they would lose money and people would stop losing interest in them.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, Ann Sarnoff is not interested in making any more Snyder schlock for Warner. I mean, they didn't play nice with AT&T, so AT&T had to more or less sell a good portion to kind of try to get reins on Warner. And I mean, now you have Discovery coming in, and they're going to be more or less at the reins. So, I mean, a lot of this stuff with Warner hopefully will be kind of taken apart to where it can become a workable portion of the company. But
your house is haunted.
No, she's in the kitchen. She's got to cook for cat. So, but yeah, no. Going back to the Feige thing, I honestly think
my TV. Sorry.
I mean,
go ahead.
He's made money for well over a decade at this point. I mean, he could retire. It's just as easy as, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and give them the same crappy conditions that they gave me the franchise in, and here you go. It could be just as easy as that. But I mean,
too.
I mean, without literally being the fly in the room, we don't really know. And the only thing I can think of is, why would anyone want to be an advocate for the type of bigotry, prejudice, and racism that comes with all this stuff being put out? So,
because it's the spirit of I have a theory to that, trooper, to answer your question. It's just a theory. It's the spirit of Hollywood right now. Hollywood is their heads are so stuck up their butts. They think they are better than us. They think they're the elite. They think that they know more than us. So they feel that they're doing a good thing. These fans, they voted for the Orange Man, so they need to be educated. And we as Hollywood can do it. So if we make these films, they'll go watch these movies and pay all this money to sit and see them. When it comes time for the next election in the next couple of years, they will vote who we want them to vote for and not think on their own. No, that's just a theory that I have.
I mean, if we were going to go down that theory, then the better of the two would be that right now, while they have an installed regime, it's better to churn out all their content that they possibly can while they're still in control and in power, and have big money donors that are willing to shell out for that kind of content, because that's where it's coming from. It's not coming from the fans on the ground. It's coming from.
You're right. I agree with you.
These producers, these elites and stuff like that more or less want to push their agenda, which is you need to more or less consume what we put in front of you, and if you want any type of canon or anything like that, then why should we? Because I mean, technically, you're gonna pay for the movie regardless, so it's still gonna make a billion bucks. So I still get my money. So why should I have to go ahead and adhere to any canon that you believe is canon when it's all imaginary? So I think that's what it comes down to. It comes down to arrogance. It literally comes down to,
Okay, I'll give you that.
yeah, it comes down to the type of
It's
arrogance
always been
that
like that.
that sets off minorities against the majority, and the majority for the most part tends to be very tuned into what they like. That's why I kind of like on MeWe, I posted a comment that I came across, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, this is one of the most racist, bigoted comments I've seen in a while. That you happen to think that people that like traditional story writing, or like myths, legends, film, and any type of popular culture to actually be socially relevant, be associated with, quote, a mostly Caucasian or white demographic, which I thought that was very racist against whites. I mean, I'm thinking to myself, that's not true. I'm like, I know people of other demographics that want the same things that I do, which is relevant storytelling. Um, to
Well
see
written
thriving
storytelling.
franchises to spend money into. I mean, we invest a
There's
lot
been
of money.
other demographics that has wrote this type of stories.
Yeah, so it's one of these things where it's like, no, it's like we don't want stories to have the type of
I don't like
storyline
being
that
lectured to
incite.
about my life
Yeah,
Yeah, I
or
don't.
what
I
you
don't want
think
to
my
be
life
preached,
is like.
and I don't want you to
What
tell
you
me how to think
assume
either.
yeah.
are you assuming my livelihood and my life?
Well, I mean, they're assuming that because you're a certain skin color, you must be going along to get along with your particular
Oh,
corner of
he's an
the sphere.
impoverished black person. Let's go save him.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah,
get your hands off of me, white boy.
No, we'll
yeah.
give him
You know what I
Black
mean?
Captain
It's like,
America. That will make him feel better about himself. And
mhm.
he'll get out of the hood and he'll go to college and be a politician or
Yeah,
something
yeah, yeah,
and speak
yeah,
for his people. That's,
yeah,
that's, that's what they're thinking. You need Black Captain America. That's what you need. If
yeah.
you did that, you would feel good
Like, you
about
need
yourself.
Sam Wilson. You don't know how you don't know how
Hmm.
steeped in I'll call it American ideology, because I mean I could easily call it whiteness, because I mean that's what they call it right now. You're so steeped in whiteness, we need to pull you out from that.
Right,
Like,
right.
like, no, I'm like, a free thinking individual does not necessarily merit being that. A free thinking individual is a free thinking individual, just like good is good and evil is evil. And we made that argument in the bad room, or in the back room. It's like good always stays good, and evil is always evil. I mean, there is
Hmm.
no there is no inversion or paradigm in any of this. It's
Only a
like
Sith deals in absolutes. I shall do
like
what I must.
to invert a paradigm is to pretty much say that you condone crime as long as it meets your own ends. you know
Hmm.
I mean, you're, what is it, the virtuous rider, if you will. I mean, if that's what you want to call it.
Yep.
Or the quote the demonic traditionalists, because they choose to conserve what is relevant to keep the social culture cohesive. I mean, I wouldn't know how to react to that, in the sense of, if this is the kind of content that you want to put out, then you're going to have to find a demographic to purchase it, because I'm not going to be purchasing it. Like, I'm going to be purchasing all the older content, which I know you want to pull off the shelves as soon as you can, because by eliminating anything that I get my hands on that is actually good, you force me to pick between one and two if you're only giving me two choices. You know what I mean? So, or the optional choice, which is, when someone presents you with a choice of one, two, three, or four, you have to remember that there is also zero involved. So the actual choice is 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, that's a marketing tactic where it's called eliminating zero. So, like, the other option is to create your own content. Not only to just create your own content, you know, uh, foster community with other creators, with other writers, with other artists, with other viewers, if you will. and literally start generating your own little mini franchises and finding ways to fund it. Once you get the first volume out, then do the second volume and figure out how to get that out, and then you're building from the ground up, which seems to be really the only thing that's going to literally work in this instance, because trying to quote take over these IPs when they're too big involves a lot of money, and they know that. So it's not like, hey, let's all pool our money and we'll buy Star Wars. They know we don't have that type of money, and they would not sell it to the public. So I mean, that's why they're able to do what they want with these IPs, because they can single-handedly destroy Luke, not pay George Lucas for his creation, and then just use the brand of Star Wars and inject their own characters that are literally cartoon forms of Disney princesses. So, you know what I mean?
I do. Yeah. I do know. I do know what you mean, but I still feel also, to add to that ideology is taking over storytelling. That it's more about the ideology than that.
Oh, they got. Yeah,
I do feel, and we don't have to talk about it now, Commander, but maybe we can make that a discussion of: is it all just Hollywood hating pop culture? Is it? I mean, like I said, there's more people that go to Comic-Con than the Cannes Film Festival. I always said the Cannes Film Festival was made for Hollywood and the elite, but Comic-Con is for fans.
Yeah.
Right.
Fans. And
they're taking over that too, sadly.
Yes. Sadly it is. Yes, that's the sad thing. Yeah, they want to now come in and take over that.
Yeah,
and yeah. I still feel there may be some truth to that theory. It's gonna get late, but I mean, it's up to Commander. But maybe to trend another topic, we could go into that topic of: is there really a hatred of pop culture by Hollywood?
Yeah.
Yeah, is there a hate? Because I think it goes all the way back. I mean, I think it goes all the way back to the Wizard of Oz. I think it goes all the way back to the days of George Lucas, but also Universal. When Universal was doing its monster movies in the 30s, I think it goes I think that there's maybe something to that. So
oh yeah.
I gotta look into it. Maybe in one stream in the future we can take, Commander, if you're up to doing that topic, discuss: does Hollywood really hate pop culture? Is there a hatred for pop culture? I feel there's something there.
Short answer, yes.
Well, that, and then you also have the fact that being in the reins of popular culture, if you will, being
because
on the strings, you can shape the minds of people to think a certain way, regardless of how many people reject it. You can still sell a particular narrative that you want, because again, it's shaping the social consensus. So
I'll interject real quick. Yes, in regards to, they hate it for a multitude of reasons. I think I can narrow it down to 3. One, they hate having to maintain it when it comes to appeasing the audience.
yeah.
Okay.
I
Okay. Good point. Yes, I can. Yes.
They hate how the audience has made it trendy, and they can't seem to keep up with the trendy side to it. When it comes to generational trendiness, especially when you introduce a younger generation, they try to take it and put it on a pillow or put it on stockings. You know what I'm saying?
I've seen a big increase in that. The brands, the Disney brand. There's more merchandise on the Disney brand than it was when I was growing up. Oh, it was there because I had them as a little girl, but not to the extent that I see it now.
Well, yeah, I mean,
and
third store, and now it's just flooding the aisles of a Target. So
yes.
And third, and this is a twofer. In one third option is the fact that A, they're not the ones that created it, and B, they can't live up to the ones that created it.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Say, like, okay, when you look at Steve,
What are you looking at, Stan Lee?
I was gonna say Stan Lee or Ditko.
Okay, you go anyone that's
when you look at that type of like art or craft, if you will, Try topping that, right? It means you literally have to be talented. And, you know, the moment you bring talent into the room, that shrinks down all your executives, like all your candidates, all your, it literally thins out the room. It really does. And you look at all these corporatists who are there to quote work for a multi-million-dollar company or $1 billion at this point. They're not interested in that. They just want to collect their paycheck. And of course, they're going to push their ideology on you because that's what they're good at. So the fact that you think, Captain America has all these qualities, or whether I think, Ahsoka Tano has all these qualities, is almost irrelevant to them because they want to tell their own story. Like, okay, well, that's great, but let's talk about Sam Wilson and how he's so great and how he needs to teach you that you're wrong. And it's like, and right now they're in a position where they can, because if we're going the Orange Man route, from a political standpoint, they have free reign right now. So right now it's crank out all the garbage that they can. Like, crank it all out. Just get it out there. Just put it out there. Like, the more it floods the shelves, the more it floods the toy aisles, the more they come up with these crazy laws to, indoctrinate your kids and get them confused as to, morality and all this stuff, and then pushing transgenderism, everywhere they can. Then while they're in power, they can do that. So when they're out of power, oh, well, we'll see, these people are terrible. Look at what they're doing. They're taking away everything we created for you. And of course, the mental midgets are going to be like, oh yeah, you're right. They're taking away my Ray Palpatine, and I like Star Wars, but I can't tell you what Ray Palpatine did, but I like Ray Palpatine. That thing.
Exactly. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I agree. Yes, that's exactly it. Sam Wilson is great, but I don't know why Sam Wilson is great. He's just great.
Yeah, I don't know why Sam Wilson's in a Hyundai commercial. Well, you saw that. It boggles my mind. It boggles my mind. I'm like, how do these people end up in these car commercials? I'm like, are we so desperate now that we have to go ahead
Drop the chicken and watermelon, get in the car.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
So,
exactly.
And I don't remember really seeing that. I never remember seeing Christopher Reeve do a car commercial, if you will.
You're right.
I remember Colonel Saunders doing commercials, but I don't remember Christopher Reeve pushing a Hyundai. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like,
yes, you're right.
I haven't seen Michael B. Jordan doing that crap.
Like,
not
lately,
no.
Yeah, like
not lately.
I remember early 80s films, and not so much the 90s, but early 80s films had gratuitous plugs for products. It wasn't that the character, who was, of course, the product, left the film and started pushing someone else's product. It's more like, sort of like Christmas the movie, where the, jump cut to a family who's enjoying fries at a McDonald's, and then, also another scene where the little girl leaves a can of Coke out, and she conveniently twists the can so that the viewer can see the Coke. The Coke ran off the Coke can. Like, it's
Ron McDonald.
Yeah. Same like Blade Runner. What Coca-Cola had a plug in there. I mean, they paid money to have that in there. So it's like, I mean, you see that, it's like, you don't really see that so much in films now. Like, every now and then you might see like a plug for Nike or something like that, but you don't see that.
Or Starbucks coffee in Game of Thrones.
Yeah. Exactly, Well, that's what I thought was funny. The only gratuitous plug that I saw at all throughout the MCU probably was the Starbucks reference in Black Panther. And then I thought to myself, did they pay Starbucks for that? Or did Starbucks say, hey, we want to pay you so that you can say our name in your really cool multicultural film with the first black male lead in the MCU? Okay, let's forget about Luke Cage, because, Luke Cage. We're talking about T'Challa. You know what I mean? It's like
still waiting for what they're gonna do with Blade.
So yeah. So you get Winter Soldier with Replacement Falcon, and now Replacement Falcon like pushing car commercials, and it's like, holy Giuseppe.
I was You know what? Going back to the Blade situation, I was about to contend with Troy
Mm.
about that because I mentioned one of his streams. I said Mahershala Ali is not my Blade, and he says, yeah, but you know what? You know when Wesley did the whole tax, I'm not talking about the whole tax evasion. He's still not my Blade. And
Wow.
look,
He's their Blade because
I'm willing to see him yeah, but I'm coming from I'm coming from the position that it's far still too soon
yeah.
to start doing the Blade movie, especially in the movie universe where hardly anybody bleeds that
Well,
much.
how are you even going to top the first Blade? That's what I'd like
Yeah,
to know.
because everybody knows that Blade to me like they're trying to make some of these violent Marvel stories, and Blade is a very violent Marvel story
Hmm.
across his run. I'm still trying to figure out how they're gonna do that.
Well,
Which
when
I'm gonna be left to wonder because I'm not gonna watch it
well,
anyway. Sad,
when Blade finds out
fortunately.
that his mom is one of Deacon Frost's hoes, it's like, are you going to be able to do that in this MCU film? Like, how are you going to retcon that? It's like,
Is
so
it gonna be the same Blade as Wesley Snipes? That's the question.
yeah, you're definitely not going to get the
Which I doubt
annihilation
isn't
for
it
that.
is.
Like, it's
Now
like,
remember,
And
guys, Disney is going to be Disneyfied. Remember that.
oh
Wesley
mhm.
yeah,
Snipes was able to be true to it because Disney wasn't in there. But my fear of Blade is the Disney Kool-Aid is going to sink in there and might turn Disneyfied Blade.
It's gonna
We
stop
have to make
talk
Blade.
about black issues.
Yes,
mm.
all that garbage.
Oh yeah,
And
we
then to
got
me, it wouldn't be
back to
Blade.
that.
It wouldn't be Blade. I'll be up out of the theater. I'm like, well, that's my cue to leave
Yeah,
out of
yeah,
here.
and that's exactly where it would go. I mean, they would turn Blade into Sam Wilson without wings.
Yeah,
So
Mhm. I
pretty
think
much.
every black superhero has to stop to give a lecture about black issues. That's not a black superhero's role in the first place.
I
They
mean,
can
unless I was
they
gonna
can bring it up, but
yeah.
that's not usually the go-to story option about them. And that's why I was always really cool with white folk writing black folk a lot better than they used to write them back in the days, which is they wrote them as what they would you know. Granted, sometimes they'll write them as opposed to way how they write a white person.
Right.
They just happen to change the race at at that very moment. In the case of John Stewart, John Stewart was I don't think was he ever a comic book character before he became part of the Justice League animated show, or was he created specifically for the Justice League show and he got into the comic books? I'm not sure. Memory spotty on that one.
I would have to go looking for that because I mean I haven't freaking delved into
Because
that
up
in
until
a
that point, it has always been Hal Jordan and Kyle Rayner, and Kyle Rayner was the debut Green Lantern of the DCAU
while. Hmm.
until until Justice League came to the spot, and that's where John Stewart came up. You know, they make mention of Rayner, yes, but John Stewart was the Green Lantern of that story being told. And again, they like I said, they make allusions to black issues in some of the areas.
Well, the
Even
only
even in Teen Titans, a lot of people thought it. A lot of people thought Cyborg was talking about him being black to Starfire, but what he was alluding to was the cybernetic enhancements.
well, the only other way I can think of that they can even write Blade at this point is literally having Mahershala Ali literally portray Cottonmouth portraying Blade. That would be the only other way I can think of that they would be able to do it. Because I mean, where are they going to be able to go with Blade? Aside from the violent aspect of it, like Blade is not. Blade is accessible in the fact that he's a cold character. Um, in that he's on a mission, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do whatever it takes to get it done. Um, and his mission is a very violent one. So how are you gonna get around that? If you want to bring in all the kiddies to watch your MCU film, Like I don't understand how that's gonna go. Like
Kiddies that most likely know the first and second and third movie.
yeah, and and also it's like it's the same thing that happened with Doctor Strange too. I mean, that's how they lost their director to that film and then ended up with Sam Raimi because uh first director wanted to go in a completely different direction. It was supposed to be the MCU's first horror film, and then Kevin Feige comes out and it's going to be kid friendly. I'm like, okay, well, kids aren't paying to see your freaking movie. It's the parents. So I mean, you mean to tell me you're going to have like some freaking indoctrination character again? Like, I mean, is nothing sacred now? Is Doctor Strange also going to go via the wayside? Like, are we literally getting rid of Doctor Strange so some woman can be the new Doctor Strange? Like what are we doing here? So I mean, they're already getting ready to kill him
It
off.
sure didn't stop them from making Carol Danvers the new Sorcerer Supreme. Oh yeah, give her all the MCU power so she can be a gobbledygook superhero that's literally a god at this point.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, now that they have
That is just
now they have the
beyond levels of a high schooler just injecting all they can do into one character
yeah.
and then some.
Well, I was gonna say now that they have the mutants, now that they have 20th century, it's like they're also gonna go weird on them too. Like, okay, so at one point do you run out of franchises to do this to? I'm pretty sure you have plenty of franchises to do it to. I'm not looking forward to the new Halloween film. Like, Jamie Lee Curtis is a little too old for it now. It's like I don't want to see my grandma running around with a knife. I just don't. So it's like if you've seen any of the trailers, it's like
I have no
does
plans to
does
see
does,
it. Yeah.
does Jason ever not live? It's like, does someone else pick up the mask at one point? Who's the new Jason? You know what I mean? It's like
Hmm.
same character over and over and over again for years. It's like, so you mean to tell me this woman never uh, in her life had a day where she could relax? It's constantly chasing and knifing, and I'm like, I get that it is a franchise and I get that it's a very popular one, but where else do you go with a horror franchise? Horror is
Well, see,
very
that's beating a dead horse. That's another problem Hollywood has.
yeah,
I'm like you. What other story is there to tell?
yeah,
It's time to bury it. I hate to use
Speaking
the
of
word, but we
slashers,
need to.
I want to bring that up to add a little bit for the top before we start wrapping it up.
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah,
Yeah, because I've got to take
yeah,
off in a bit.
yeah,
The way how they used to do slashers back then was also shock value too. In the case of Halloween was a scene where we get the perspective of the perspective of Michael, which was interesting how John Carpenter framed that. Um, in the case of there's some other ones I can't remember right now. Let's just stick with Michael Myers. That was like the first
Okay.
thing, and of course, when he exits out the house, you expected him to be an adult person, right?
hmm
Yeah.
Incorrect. It was actually a child this time around. Oh, you know what? Let me also bring up Orphan,
okay,
Oh
where
yeah, I
where
remember that movie. Yeah.
where you thought she was a child, but when she's at when spoilers revealed was that she actually has dwarfism. Well, the girl was really a child playing an adult woman, of course, but like the story
yeah,
goes is that Esther was an adult woman that couldn't grow up. She had the mind of a woman, but the body of a child,
mm,
with everything else fully developed. And she tries to go to family houses, posed as a daughter, trying to seduce the father. And when they can't do that, she ends up killing them all.
hmm
That's been her claim to fame, which was interesting. Which
okay,
the backstory the backstory is interesting too. course, it involves rape because usually these female killers usually involves sexual assault and all that stuff.
Right.
So the
Yeah, and that's the
story
thing.
is
I mean, there's such a fascination with that particular act. I don't. To me, shock value and violation are two different things, but you know,
I think some have used it for
as a
political gain.
crutch.
Yes, a crutch, a political crutch. The only way a woman could be evil is that she was sexually assaulted by a man.
yeah,
She just couldn't be diabolically evil. Oh, it had to be something that drove her this way.
Or
yeah,
Couldn't
they
be
had
just,
there was
you know,
a-
I'm just an
there was
evil.
a movie. You remember that movie Brave with what's her name, Jodie Foster? Same thing. Like
Yeah,
she's
yeah,
just
the
typical,
brave one.
wafy. Yeah, she's
yeah,
run of the
I
mill.
actually like that movie. Hey.
She's a non-Karen. She's a pre-Karen Karen, and she's out with her diverse boyfriend of color, and out of nowhere,
Hey, this is before the woke came in, man. This was
oh,
like what
it was already
2006.
making its way, and it wasn't as in your face as it is now because now
but
they
yeah,
have
and Trooper, you can continue. I just want to add,
The
Trooper's
boyfriend
onto
was Robbie
something.
from Planet Terror.
yeah.
But the idea was that's an Oscar bait film. Those are the kinds of films that win awards. But continue, Trooper.
Yeah,
Continue.
and then
Go
out of
ahead.
nowhere, these thug males,
All white males. Remember,
all
they're
white males,
all white
because
males.
you can't have an
Yep.
Asian one in there. I mean, they got to get their own film.
Mm-hmm.
They come out and then they like beat the living daylights out of this multicultural boyfriend of color, and that radicalizes her. And now she goes out every night and she's a vigilante. But I mean, she had to be pushed to the limit to get here, and it's
Roaring
she had
Rampage of
to toughen up.
Revenge.
And I'm like, that's not Ripley. I'm sorry, like Ripley, it was out of necessity. This is debauchery. You're basically telling me that rather than be able to move on from a traumatic event, she has to relive it every night. Like I don't. I'm like, I guess so.
And see, that's the other issue. I know Bill has talked about this. The Brave One is the kind of movie that wins Oscars.
Yeah.
What
And
is what is
I
the
owned it, and I was
ingredient?
like, I don't get the point to this film. Like it was a Jodie Foster film, but I'm like, I don't.
Yeah.
I
The
was like,
woman.
I liked her back in the day when it was. Oh, I thought it was in. I thought, how's it go? I think it's the almond cookies. That film.
Or the,
Mhm.
I was
know what I
thinking, no, I liked her in Silence of the Lambs. I liked Clarice Starling. Clarice Starling had a storyline, but it didn't have to deal with
Yeah, and
you
she
know.
looked more feminine. That's the other
Yes.
thing too.
Mm-hmm.
In the Brave
Yeah.
one, she looked like a little boy. So
There you go. See, there you go.
They try to sell that she's still a woman by having her naked. It made sense with her boyfriend so many times. It's,
oh, I know. It's like that's hard. That's so hard to believe it being Jodie Foster. I'm like, yeah, I don't believe it, but okay, cool.
it was. I would say those scenes were very gratuitous.
Yeah. Again, I mean, but again, this was more like
She was trying to be that daring actress around that time, especially when she did Panic Room while pregnant.
this was at a time
Which I still give her credit for that one. Credit where credit's due. She went through that shit while pregnant.
which at that time, those types of films were considered very fringe, and like Leia said, those were considered Oscar films.
And
Those
don't
were
forget
the
The Accused, where she's a rape victim.
Those were the type of films
Yeah.
that like get you these like raspberry awards for like
She's a gorilla in that front.
But it's like now this is mainstream. It's no
That's the
longer
only
a
thing I would
fringe
give.
view, so
Sorry, Trooper. That's the only thing I would give Jodie right there is that she's a gorilla when it comes to the craft, where she just splayed out like that, like just completely ravished by those guys. I'm like, bruh, that was like, how many pills did you have to down before you had to do that one? Or what kind of drinks did you have to down to make it through that scene? And how many men still get to walk away and not feel horrified by what they had to act out?
Yeah.
Because it kept going.
Oh yeah.
It kept going. I mean, I'm pretty sure they had to go through between takes, because film has to take a break. But geez,
I mean, yeah,
like
it was into like, okay, stuff like that, and it was like, okay, vigilante films, still again very fringe, but now we've gone from vigilante films to quote, it's okay to be evil.
Exactly. Yeah.
Cruella's
Mhm.
doing it, Maleficent's done it.
Yeah.
Um, we literally just injected all this stuff into mainstream that, like we said,
Blame Hot Topic.
yeah.
Yeah.
Blame Hot Topic. I blame Hot Topic
Hot topic.
because yeah, I blame them because they commoditize that shit too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, I
Absolutely.
mean, again, that was very fringe. I mean, who actually went to a Hot Topic? I'm like, the people that went into Hot Topic were the people that my people pointed fingers at and laughed while we were getting our lemonades from
Hmm.
from Hot Dog on a
Only
Stick.
got a few things from Hot Topic. One of my
You know,
favorite sweaters,
right.
a shirt for somebody's birthday, fingerless gloves,
Back when
and
lemonade and hot dogs was
and
like
the Scott
trendy.
Pilgrim soundtrack, which I still own.
Back when films like, oh, I don't know, Mean Girls and stuff like that were still considered fun and campy. You know,
Not real life.
yeah, not real life, but it's like now movies have to be real life. Oh, we got to tackle real world issues. No, you don't.
We live in vicariously through these, and people are asking about Double Toasted. Anybody remember Double Toasted or heard of Double Toasted?
I have
I'm not
not.
familiar with them.
I'm not familiar with it.
I know they're a YouTube channel, but I'm not familiar with them.
Mm-mm.
I'm not familiar with them. Are they are like a podcast or commentary? I'm not
I
familiar
think
with them.
so.
Oh,
I think so. Is it something controversial that happened with him or something like that? Did they get deplatformed?
I'm
Because if
gonna
not,
try
I don't know.
One last thing I was going to say before I rack it up is when it comes about assault and Commander knows about this. I like with Outlander and the
Mhm.
jail rape scene with Jamie, and I was saying how that never really got the actor, and I give the actor credit for doing that, but never, no accolades, no awards, no attention. But I always say if that was reversed and that was Claire in the place of Jamie, I guarantee you that would be all over the
Oh,
papers.
they'd
The
be
actors would
swarming
be
all
applauded.
over it.
Yes,
They'd be swarming all over it like they swarm over freaking Handmaid's Tale.
oh yeah, exactly.
I'm like, that's not real life.
Yeah, like they do that. Yeah, it's not. You agree with you.
Oh, I'm oppressed. You're oppressed because you have eggs. Oh, woe is you. Woe is you. That you have
Yes.
to, that you have to use a piece of cotton every few weeks, and like me and my male kin say, if it bleeds, we can kill it. So
Yeah. Exactly. And it upset me because I also felt the episode in its own way.
yeah,
Wolf saw the episode. I think it brought light on a subject that is not talked about, which is male sexual assault.
yeah,
And men do get sexually assaulted, but
yeah,
they
they
just
do.
don't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they do.
And they can still suffer the same mental
Oh yeah.
struggle as a female,
Oh yeah. No, it happens. It definitely happens. I personally never actually had to do a one-on-one with a male sexual assault like that, but I mean, I've definitely been involved where something happened, and then it's like we more or less have to write it up. As far as a report, it's
Yeah.
one
Yeah.
of these things where you're interviewing the person, and it's like the main thing, whether it's a male or female survivor of any type of assault, is keeping their dignity intact as much as possible, being very professional, taking into account that they're going through something very traumatic at that time and they may not be ready to talk about it. You might actually have to go ahead and take notes as to what you're observing, because those are going to become very handy later when you submit your report. Um, and the worst thing about that is you know, you can't downplay something that traumatic, but yet you see stuff like that on film to the point of being fetishized for the sake of pushing a narrative, or trying to say, well, this is what drove our character to be a strong woman. It's like, yeah, that doesn't happen in real life like that. Same thing with dudes. Like, you're, dudes have this tendency to want to clam up about stuff, because if you're a guy, again, you're raised, boys don't cry, suck it up, it's like
Yeah.
deal with it. But stuff like that, you never plan for it. You never plan for it. It's something that's very unexpected. And if you're a dude and that happens, imagine the force it takes for you to more or less be put in a position where it happens to you. It takes a lot of force to do that. Or it takes, some form of weapon or some form of bribery or some form of, substance that you didn't know was in your drink or whatnot, and it happens. It happens. So
Mm-hmm. It's sad because Hollywood doesn't really do movies about male sexual assault. I
yeah,
noticed that they don't.
they
They
don't.
do
They don't.
not allow it, and it happens. I saw put on the news about a man, well, in my area, that
Yeah.
finally came out and confessed that when he was young, he was assaulted by
It's rare.
his brother's
It's
best
rare when a
friend.
dude talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's rare.
usually it's done, but and when it does happen, it's done as a joke.
Yep.
It is. Well, I think men are taught not to talk about it. Like Trooper said, they're either suck it up or they're told not to, or they fear their sexuality will be questioned. Or if I say this, they'll think I'm
Or
gay
they'll
or
be
something.
emasculated. Yeah, they'll be emasculated in some way, like you lose your pride, if you will. Your
Right.
pride, which we all have, but that's not the point. So
That's why Wolf, it's rare. It's rare because I think it's not discussed. It's not
People don't
talked
want to
about.
discuss it.
Yeah, they don't
People
want to.
don't
But
want to do it.
yeah, no, they don't want to. I mean, and that's the thing. It's like the numbers are very misleading, because of the subject matter. You're not
Over 75% of women go through sexual harassment every day.
and if you
Fuck
did
you,
some,
L'Oreal.
It's not sexual harassment if you're literally telling these women, wear these Levi jeans. They're gonna get you all the attention you want. It's like it's what is it? It's you're providing the product, the problem, and the solution. It's like I'm like I literally see it play out in Lifetime, and we do that. They do that with these franchises. They supply the
Oh, good.
product,
It's
which is an
Lifetime.
MCU film. They supply the problem. It's a terrible film, and then they provide the solution. Oh, here's another film. You'll hate it even more than the last one. So it's like it's terrible. And they can flip the subject matter. It can either be a whammon, or it can be multiple whammon with the Marvels that are coming up, or it can be supremacy and all that good
Supremacy
stuff.
this, supremacy that. I don't give a shit, motherfucker. I've not been oppressed in my life.
Yeah, because like these IPs aren't real life, but that's how they treat it.
hmm
And it's what they're doing in comics. I mean, are comics ending? I have no idea. Because where is there to go when all the big companies literally take up all the shelf space in a comic book store?
think
Like,
everybody dipped out because they're waiting for a professor to do his little book study.
oh, okay. Well, I'm
Catholic
about
Bible
ready.
geek, and Lord of the Rings
You know
is
what?
a tough read. Like, I mean, you really have
We're
to
not
have
doing. He's not doing book. He's not doing that. He's doing the Darth Bane trilogy. Remember?
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
that's even worse.
Yeah.
That's just bad. That's bad because you have to sit there and you have to literally pay attention to the book. You can't just skim through it. Like you miss
Mhm.
like all these little small intonations that make Darth Bane the dude he is, and I'm like, I guess, dude. I'm getting to the point. I'm getting to the point where I'm turning into an SJW, and it's like, look, just tell me why it's bad. Just tell me why it's bad. I don't want to have to sit through 300 pages. So,
I see where your mind is at.
I like
mean,
how he reads. I like how he reads the chapters though, and I like how Big Al, gives
yeah.
his thoughts.
Well, hey, we can always do that too. It's
I
like with
wish he would have more
manga,
people on because there are a lot of people.
we pick a little
No, my
visual
thing
manga,
is that
we all read
I'm
it,
like,
and then we all do our little manga book study.
we could talk Jurassic Park if you guys ever read the book.
I don't want to go through all that Crichton
We're
stuff.
not going through page by page, you ass. We're gonna just go through the
Oh
overall
yeah,
book.
no, you pick out the one irrelevant. Okay, you pick out like one of the most irrelevant passages to talk about, and I'm talking about Red Harvest, right? I'm talking about Red Harvest. You know, you pick out one of the most irrelevant passages to talk about, then you move on to like the next chapter, and I'm like, dude, you just missed the entire setup in the first chapter of Red Harvest. It's like this apprentice is literally being set up to be killed. He is literally lamb to the slaughter. Like he can feel the cold on his cheeks. He can hear the subtle crunching of the snow beneath his feet. Like all the imagery that's there in a temple that just bleeds death from all its pores. Okay, let's move on to chapter 2, guys. And I'm like, oh my god. I can't do this. I'm like, it's driving me nuts. So sorry, I just had to get it off my chest.
I'm pretty sure if he gets this far and survive my swear words and crassness, I'm pretty sure he'll take the compliment.
Because it's almost like Kill Bill. It's almost like Kill Bill, where you kind of hear the Japanese music in your head. You know, it's like. You know, it's like it's yeah. It's almost like the setup. It's almost like the setup, like right before freaking Beatrix Kiddo goes and takes out the crazy 88s, even though we know they're not. Yeah. You know, it's like. Yeah. So it's like, and that's literally what it was. You can almost hear like the Japanese drums in the background, and like he's being literally like sent to his own demise, and he's literally being manipulated by another apprentice or
gamer hard candy. Anyone?
So, yeah.
Yes, gamer. Good point. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a very slanted.
So to name an example, hard candy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. And I remember that. They used to try to play that down a lot too.
And the recent movie that was called Promising Young Woman. Have you guys heard of that one?
I haven't. I don't even want to bother to watch it because that is totally men toxic. That is full of it. No wonder the Academy really loved that film because they said that's all. I didn't bother because I could kind of see it for myself. It really is. Yeah. Men are evil and they must be punished.
So you want me to tell you the ending?
Nah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say it anyway. So go ahead.
Because I was there waiting for the theater to for the movie to be done, so I can clear everybody out of my damn theater.
Get out!
Get your asses out of my theater! Who said you could watch a movie in my theater? Get the hell out of my theater right now!
Get out,
anyways,
colonizers.
So she trapped the guy that was responsible for the rape of her friend.
Right.
Who I think she's still alive, and she was played by a transsexual, by the way, which was interesting.
Shocker.
No
wonder Hollywood loved it. But continue.
Well, I mean,
but yeah, so she was about to trap him so that she can murder him outright. He pretty much breaks out of the cuffs, or at least his hands slip out of the cuffs, and he basically grabs her and just straight up just smothers her with a pillow. Mm-hmm. It's very visceral to watch too, because obviously like Hollywood tends to mess around and just like you press on somebody's face and automatically just die within 3 minutes. No, this was 5 minutes and she was still struggling to fight him off, and he was fighting against her to keep the pillow on her, because obviously if he let her go, she'll then get aggressive and try to kill him. Right. But still, like so he's basically locked on the cuffs, mm-hmm. still with a dead body next to him. I thought that's where the movie was going to end. Nope. So his jerk of a friend says, we're going to take care of this, because the dude was already broken up about it, right? Mm-hmm. About killing her. But like, dude was like, we're going to take care of this. We're going to take care of this. Like, this is not your fault. This is not your fault. You know, stuff like that. He's going to bury it. Basically burn her body. Basically burn just about all the evidence. Somewhat. Mm. Somehow she had a pretext ready to send to someone, a good guy, by the way, who was like a somewhat a potential good man for her to move on with.
Okay.
So beyond the grave, she planned out to send a message to this guy, and even then, like somehow they were able to get evidence to suggest that the guy killed her, and he was all and they arrest him on his wedding day with his girlfriend, whom he was about to cheat on
Of
somehow.
course. Of
And his
course.
friend ditches him at that very scene. He just vacates the area. But that's how it ends. Like she even somehow planned to return the locket that her and her friend share, or at least the necklace that fits the other necklace that the friend has. I'm like, really? This
Mm.
is this is how this movie ends? Okay, I'm like, I'm glad the dude gets what he deserves, but like, what's it all for, really?
Yeah, no, it's I don't know. Some of that stuff I'm like, what's the whole point of all this? Like, I mean,
Even
who?
McLovin was in it.
Yeah, like who is this really
Uh,
catering to? Like,
Chris Paz, I think his name was Chris Paz
yeah.
was Chris Paz Mitz was in there. And I was like, okay, your career is basically tanking, so you had to be in this, huh?
Yep, yep, yep.
I I still I still love that Far Cry short movie that you're in. That was really rude. Chris, are you thirsty?
Oh,
Yes, I'm very thirsty. Are you very thirsty? See, I got something for you to drink. Starts peeing on him. Come
goodness.
on, I got every vitamins. I got vitamin A, C, B, C. I thought you liked my sister.
Mm-mm.
I'll link you guys that one in the MeWe one, so y'all can
Yeah.
check that one out. That shit is hilarious still to this day. The guy who plays the voice of what's his name? The one of the villains in Far Cry 3. They actually made him in his likeness, and they really did the makeup and everything for him for just that short video. He's a treat to watch. But that being said, guys, that's not me.
Oh, okay.
That being said, guys.
Yeah.
That being said, guys, I'd like to thank everybody for joining us for the brief moments that you've been in here. For those who are going on vacation for this weekend, Voss, thank you, Voss, for from Far Cry 3. But yeah, thank you everybody for joining in on us, helping us out with this topic. One thing we did missed on this, because I did say this is supposed to be a writing stream topic,
Yeah.
which is we missed how you should be using shock value as a means to Eloise, where you disappeared off to. But yeah, as a that's not me.
No, no,
Not
Anyways,
me.
no.
Certainly not me.
no, that's my roommate. No, but what I'm saying was the means to the end is to not really use shock value as a crutch to wake up the audience. You're supposed to use that tool as a way to really serve the plot of the story, which is to shock and awe in how horrible it can be, or show the horridness to some extent. Now, Miura had a way. Kentaro Miura, the author of Berserk, or the mangaka of Berserk, did shock value really well. Even say the other mangaka, Junji Ito, with his Uzumaki, and even the his later books that he wrote, which had a very shock based system where when it comes to Uzumaki, and I'm sure Leia hasn't read Uzumaki just yet,
Mhm.
where you turn the page and something shocking really happens. So you get to see, you even get to see what happens to the protagonist, or at least the unfortunate victim of that story, what happens to him in the end. Sometimes in a brief moment, sometimes at the very end of the story, and it's very shocking very shocking to see, for lack of a better term. So I definitely implore Leia to really check out the Uzumaki books, as I already linked it to her prior. Unless you need me to relink them again, which
No,
I'll find them in. Huh?
I said no. I still have it.
Okay. Trooper, if you want, I can link it to you as well if you want to check out something new to read.
Is it heavy sci-fi with starships and space battles and
Junji is basically the H.P. Lovecraft of the manga world.
okay.
Only difference is that he takes the abstract horror,
Yeah.
the sort of abstract cosmic horror,
Mm-hmm.
to use it as a mundane look
Hmm.
at things. He really hits home the our lives are meaningless
Oh,
narrative of cosmic horror,
okay.
where there's no way, like, as much like there's actually one character that actually tries to fight it to a point where
So
we don't even know
there's no Deus ex machina. In other words,
you're
there's
not going to survive it.
there's no white knighting of a certain character that basically saves
Mm,
the day.
mm. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm saying there's in his pedigree, there's just no fighting it. Period. It's hopeless to fight against it. Even the story, the Amagira fault,
Mm-hmm.
that's a very dark and depressing story, while at the same time being cosmic horror. Even surprisingly, Steven Universe actually did a reference to it.
I'll have to look
Yeah.
into it. Definitely when we have some time, and we always have time at like on MeWe, so I'll definitely.
I think that's free. Some of the Uzumaki movies are free on YouTube as well.
Mm,
I don't know if they got subtitles or not, but they're free on there too. Even Gantz is kind of like tackling that. The difference between Gantz and Uzumaki is that you can actually fight the Eldritch
mm-hmm.
to some extent. There are times it pulls a fast one on you that to the likes that you're not able to directly counterattack
Mm-hmm.
if you're not careful. Um, I think actually Berserk, even though it's medieval, delves into the cosmic with its Eclipse arc and later arcs. It delves into that with some bit of subliminal messaging, not really hand-fisted messaging.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, Spiral or Spiral. Yeah, Spiral. Um,
that sounds interesting. So,
yeah, for instance, just to swing back to Uzumaki. That's basically what I mean by abstract. A lot of things have something to do with the spiral, or at least the abstract shape of the spiral,
mm-hmm.
and it always goes back. And it still goes back to the spiral at the end of each story, and they're almost told anthologically. But the what connects the stories is that the two protagonists, the female protagonist, I forgot her name, and the male protagonist, they tend to keep that bridge going. So you got her as the witness mostly, and him as the fighter.
Mm-hmm.
So she tends to get into she not saying she gets into him intentionally, but she's usually in the bulk of the troubles at times the forefront of the troubles. But she finds a way to get out of there, or the guy who's a fighter helps her through it, and even there are times she's experiencing her own moments of hopelessness.
Mm, okay.
Then there's Tomie. Tomie is also another cosmic horror,
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to look into that just because
definitely
I mean
done by Junji Ito.
I do like narratives or stories. Not so much that they're long-winded, but that actually have like meaningful dialogue to it. That actually gets kind of like a point across that
Even
meaning is what we give it, regardless of the circumstance.
I think
And
it's
if we
called
are
either
going out to space battle and not coming back, then the meaning or what we put into it is its final outcome. So
or even Dawn Star or Black Star Remina, I think it's called. That was also done by Junji Ito. It's screwed up. how it concluded.
Oh.
Horror show Mikey had did a whole series. I'm not sure if he still has it because there was a brief moment where he excuse me. Now that was me definitely. There's a brief moment that he stopped doing the Junji Ito because there was a cease and desist on those.
Mhm.
But he since then gone back to doing some of the Junji Ito stories like the Haunted Museum and a bit of the Tomie ones. But it's already too little too late for me to go back to him doing live reads of these stories. I might do return, but I don't know if my hunger for watching this video will be satiated. But I was sticking around for him because he was doing the Remida story. He had already tackled the Uzumaki, and I already finished the Uzumaki on my own time. But again, there's that. But again, the shock value is where it's at. Where again, it's the way how he does. Somebody did a great job of really pointing out about his writing is that you turn the page and oh my god, you know
Oh, so
that's what
the like the art just gets you, and then you gotta read it because you're like, oh, I didn't see that.
it's like you it's like the moment you're if you were put in the shoes of the characters, you turn that doorknob and you open up that door and you open up the door all the way and you see the horror displayed in front of you once you turn that page.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah,
So
yeah, I'm down for
you
that.
get the first reaction of the sometimes you'll get the reaction of the person in one panel
Mhm.
and that's the end, that's the last panel of that page. So now you're curious as to why they react. Then you turn the page. Oh, I see. Wow. That's fucked up.
I was like, yeah, that's messed up.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, no, I'll definitely have to.
Oh man. There is one gamer, but it's terrible. It's very terrible. It's very terrible. They didn't do the animation right.
Yep.
Um Again, being said, I'd like to thank everybody. I'd like to thank the lovely Lady Valor for joining us and sharing us her thoughts on this topic.
Thank you so much. I'd also like to thank everybody out there for being here. And if you like what we're doing and you enjoyed our show, please leave comments in the sections below. If there's any shock value moments that we missed, please comment on them. We'd like to hear everybody's point of view. Maybe it's a shock value that we missed in a story, TV show, book, comic, video game. If we missed one, mention one. We love to hear everybody's thoughts. It's a free for all here. And I hope you all have a good evening and a great holiday weekend. Stay safe.
Trooper FN 2525.
It's been a fantastic stream. I can't wait to do the next one, which is going to be this upcoming Sunday. It's going to be a Captain America rewatch of Winter Soldier. Definitely ready for that one. Today was awesome. I'd like to go
Get the
ahead.
bucket ready, Leia.
Oh yeah, it'll be.
Baby, come back. So you know,
I come with boy, baby.
right?
I didn't make it through.
See without you.
Blues.
But I would like to thank Will for
I've been so many places, see so many faces, see so many packs in it.
I'd like to thank Bucky Barnes for the mini laughs, and of course the lovely Lady of Valor for hanging out with me today, and of course Brian Gilmartin for hanging out in the stream as well and bringing up this input. If you like this type of content, go ahead and hit share, subscribe. You can also find us on MeWe. Definitely fill in those comments. Let us know what other things that you think fall under shock value. How is it best delivered? What's your favorite moment? Let us know. We're here.
And also the opener for elevator pitch is still in effect, guys. Please, if you want to try talking your ideas, it could be anything from a rewrite to an original idea that you've been having. Did you need the confidence to talk about it? To talk about this work that you had in your head, or how to write it, or what to write it, or how to structure your characters, what kind of ways you can construct characters, or whatever. Elevator pitch is still open. Please contact us through MeWe, through or in my case, Facebook, you know where I am. You see if you see the link to the stream, or Minds, or even Twitter, you can contact me there as well. So, don't be afraid, and don't be shy. I don't bite. We don't bite at all, but we are very critical. So don't let that scare you, though. Use this as a teaching moment for you to really look at this as the real world, what you're going to deal with in the real world. If you ever do try to strive for a company, to work to pitch your idea to a company, if you will. So yeah, that being said, we're still juggling some ideas here and there, juggling some ideas. Please suggest any topics that you think we should cover. Nothing really pop culture related, just like writing wise, idea wise, fun wise, positive wise. Positive vibes, guys. Give us some positive vibes. We're steering away from the negativity as best we go. I know we tend to circle around the usual topics that the big grids tend to talk about too much, but you know we're the cool kids. We talk about the cool stuff, and again, like I said, like Trooper was saying earlier, and I have to reiterate to it because I've been saying this too. Like, you guys have to be the new creators, guys, and if you don't know where to start, always, like, you can look us up. You can also look Ishii up. Ishii streams continually. He'll probably move to Odyssey. I'll be moving to Odyssey pretty soon too. When the right time needs, we'll be taking that to Odyssey one of these days. So, hit Ishii up for any writing advice as well. I mean, we're everywhere, guys. We're everywhere. Those who create and are not, latched on by the woke engine. You know what I'm saying? We're everywhere. So we're not that hard to find, is what I'm saying. But again, you guys are the UN Spacey. Welcome to the Wolf Fleet. Ow!